Well, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Snapon Kalgoorlie International Speedway, where we present to you the 2026 edition of the Topdrill Red Dirt Rumble. My name is Josh Starling. It's a pleasure to be back here at Kalgoorlie. Joining me in the commentary box for the first part of the program tonight, Mr. Jason Sutton. Jason, good evening to you. Obviously, General Manager for Late Model Racing WA, even though the season in air quotes is finished. It's always good to come here and be part of the Red Dirt Rumble.
Oh, 100%, Joshy, and it's great to be invited back up, you know, not just personally, but the division for the Red Dirt Rumble here in Kalgoorlie. Great to be back in the goldfields. Last time I was here, it was a little bit warmer, I think, so it's going to get a little bit chilly tonight. But to see the Topdrill Red Dirt Rumble here again, the big trophy, some good guns here, Joshy, it's going to be a fantastic night.
Absolutely, of course, we can't go without saying it's a big welcome home to a lot of our WA teams that travelled across, including Damien Hudson, one of the locals here in car 80, just rolling past us now here on the front straight in the number 80 machine. Michael Holmes as well, another one who's just done so much for late model racing, and he did a really good job over East. But I think the two big ticket ones, of course, and of Jeff Powell, of course, we can't forget him. Another Kalgoorlie local, represented us brilliantly. But then the two big ones, of course, the brothers of Warren and Jamie Oldfield. Warren, of course, having a stormer run in Toowoomba, where he was running top three. He battled for the lead there for a time with Todd Bailey. And then, of course, J.O., who needs no introduction to anything, but, of course, newly crowned Queensland champion in that 51 car.
Yeah, definitely. And they were scheduled to run the New South Wales title as well while they're over East, but they looked at the schedule, what was going on over there, and they thought, you know what, we can come back to WA and help out the local scene as well in Western Australia, and that's what they've done. They've turned up here. Eastern States was fantastic. Some of our guys really represented themselves well on the national scale. And as you say, Warren Oldfield was battling for the lead. Almost had it with a great slide job, just couldn't pull it off. Jamie had a bit of a dog of an Australian title, but was very successful in the Queensland title. So, yeah, looking forward to them to go around. But I'll tell you what, you know, people like Matt Robbins, he's been very strong around Kalgoorlie Speedway. The 57's got it going on around here.
He certainly does. He's done a lot of laps around here. Of course, the Boulder Bullet, as he's officially known as. Probably one of his family team, him, his wife Chelsea, his two young boys. They travel. They do a lot of travelling. They contested pretty much every round of the Pro Dirt Series, I think minus Ellenbrook and maybe a couple others at the Motorplex, but they're always travelling. I think it's nice for them to be able to sleep in till 10 o'clock this morning and not have to hike it all the way down here. Obviously, a big welcome as well to everyone joining in on our live stream as well, wherever you're watching around the state of Western Australia. It's great to have you here in Kalgoorlie. Another man I want to touch on, making his debut in a late model here tonight, driving the number 16 machine, of course, former WA street stock champion, was very handy in a street stock. He's another Kalgoorlie local, Jack Barnwell, in the all-black number 16, making his debut in the late model ranks. And what a show to debut on.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's exciting to see new people coming into the late model scene in Western Australia. We're not going to put pressure on him and say he's going to do anything too much tonight, but just to get behind the wheel and get some laps under his belt, find out what the car's going to do to this racetrack and all those kind of things. It's very, very great to have him in the late model scene.
We'll quickly run through a couple of the other cars that we got circulating out there. Nathan Richards is a man I want to touch on in the 74. It's always one of his events that he always wants to try and come to. Let's just say bad luck doesn't really begin to describe his campaign here last year. I think he only got as far as hot laps, and I think he only did one or two, and he hurt an engine in the sports race cars number 74, and that was the end of his night. So he's going to be coming back for hopefully 100% improvement on his efforts from last year. Matt Robbins, we spoke about, the number 57 machine, one of the Kalgoorlie locals. David Boys, of course, it wouldn't be Kalgoorlie without David Boys, life member here of the Kalgoorlie Speedway. He's another one, travels up and down the road with the Pro Dirt Series a hell of a lot. There's just so many. Abby Pickering, she got her first ever feature race win during this summer season.
Pro Dirt Series feature win, what a great effort that was.
That's no mean feat. Now, of course, the All About Racing number 95 machine. It's great to see her back here. Of course, the man of the moment, newly crowned Queensland late model champion, J.O. Of course, it's a Hall of Fame career already for J.O. He's just, no matter what he drives, he's quick at it. He's obviously represented WA really well over East, and it's good to have him back here. He's a very busy man with all these other commitments that he's got going on around the state, but it's great to have him here, the Comex Civil Longhorn. Michael Holmes, the taxman, of course, we call him that because he always shows up when the money's around.
When the money's on the line, he's there.
The taxman, Michael Holmes, is in town. Jeff Pyle, of course, one of the locals, another man who's just come back from the East Coast.
Chops is another one that just travels so much with the Pro Dirt Series, the 04 car, and the heart on the sleeve kind of people. And that's what we love about late models. You don't have to be the biggest gun and the fastest car all the time. But these people show up day in and day out and put on a good show. And they just love their racing. Just like Nathan Richards, he's a third generation racer in the 74. And there's just so much widespread talent in the Pro Dirt Series and in late models in Western Australia.
I think we could really be proud of what we got. And a lot of the teams, like I said, a lot of the teams are family teams. Obviously, Nathan, it's pretty much Nathan and his old man that do all the travelling. He does all the work. His old man spins the spanners. Like I've already touched on with Matt, it's himself, his partner Chelsea, and these two young boys. And of course, Matt's dad as well is a massive influence on that team. Obviously, the old fields, it's a very long string of family affairs that we got. So it's really cool to see them and being able to converge here at the Goldfields. And we get to see cars that we don't typically see at a Pro Dirt Series. Of course, Cubbo is one of those. Sean Cubbage in the number 7.
Yep.
Again, another local, doesn't really have the time to travel to Perth
Very
all
busy
the time.
man.
Very busy man, but at least he comes up here and he's able to have a play against some of the fastest cars in the state in his own backyard, which is cool. I think another man who falls into that category would be Ben Strawton's in the number 76 machine. Of course, hails out of Esperance. That's a long way to go when you've got full-time jobs, all that. Obviously, none of these guys are really professional race car drivers. They all work full-time. So just being able, they might not be able to travel everywhere, but at least this is and of course, we do come here for the Pro Dirt Series. We do that awesome weekend, actually, where we race here and then Esperance, which I think is really cool for them. But to have a sort of end of season where the pressure's, I wouldn't say the pressure's off, because everyone wants to win this event.
It's a prestigious event.
It's a big event to win.
But it's not a points event.
You haven't got the points of a championship, and you can just really come out. You can come out guns blazing, and you
let it rip tonight.
I spoke to 3 drivers in the pits. One of them was the reigning champion of the Red Dirt Rumble, the 23 of Smoke and Joe. It was him, Matt Robbins, and there was someone else that said, it's the off-season. I've got all winter to repanel this car. So whatever happens, happens. So I think we're going to be in for some fireworks. Speaking of fireworks, of course, we've actually got a genuine fireworks display as well. So it's something that's really cool. And I think, Jace, we don't come out here too often, but I think it's hats off to the team here at Kalgoorlie. Of course, Dean Shaw, the president here, he's not here tonight, but he's put a lot of hard work in his awesome committee. They're pretty light on for volunteers tonight as well. So I think it's just, we're going to say it throughout the night, but I think it's just a massive hats off to everyone involved here at the Kalgoorlie International Speedway. To be able to put on an event of this caliber and have just people get so excited, and the crowd's really starting to build in. We went down, we walked to the front gate to grab a program, and they were
big lineup.
They were on Goldfields Highway. So they've come from far and wide, and I think it's just something really cool. And I think this place, I said it when we came here for the Red Dirt last year, the spectators here, they get around it so much, when they go 4 wide and there's headlights flashing. I don't think I've seen that at any other racetrack that I've gone to in the state.
Yes. And it's unique. Not all the racetracks you can have cars around the edge and people get right up that close to it, be in the comfort of their own cars and that kind of thing. Josh, you're talking about the Red Dirt Rumble. Let's go back 12 months. Just remember that race. How good was that feature race? It
was absolutely sensational. For those who weren't there, of course, you missed something pretty spectacular. Well, first of all, before we even get to the AMA, we need to talk about that epic pole shuffle that we had, which I think still getting sent to Joe Chalmers and Kai Blight to this day. Of course, that was for the battle for pole, but then we decided to chuck $1,000 each at them and say, congratulations, you're on pole. Do you want to take $1,000 and go to the back? And them being hardcore racers, they said, let's do it. And then it was just an almighty charge from Kai, Joe. We had Warren Oldfield in the field last year. He was in an unfamiliar car. He was in an ex-Freddie Kinsella owned car. He's then qualified off pole after getting 3rd in the shootout. And he came a long way through that shootout because he struggled in the heats. And then I think I remember, I'll have to double check I think it was 12 or 13 laps. Somewhere in that bracket is how long it took for Chalmers and Blight to go from the back of the bus to hit the front.
To them,
But then it didn't stop once they got to the front because they had the lap traffic to contend about.
A lot of outside passing.
They were searching different parts of the racetrack. They were doing all sorts of stuff. And the racetrack really came alive. And I think that race, if it wasn't already put this event on the map, I know Kai would love to be here tonight if he could. He loves this place. He speaks really high. It was his type of racetrack. It was hammer down. It was fast. It was smooth. It was just everything when we think of Kai Blight. That's exactly what it was. And I know he would love to be here tonight. Of course, 2-time back-to-back Australian champion now. He's another one who's just done incredibly well for us over in WA. Chalmers is another one, of course. He pretty much always pencils this in on his calendar, no matter how busy the season's going to be.
Every year.
Whether he's had a good season, of course, won his first ever Pro Dirt Series championship this summer. So he's already taken the top prize out of for the racing for the summer. But that team always, and they've got a couple local Kalgoorlie sponsors. So I think that's always no better way to keep them happy than to show up every year. And I think he really loves coming here and supporting this event. And yeah, there was a lot of stories to take out of last year's Red Dirt Rumble. Of course, Michael Holmes was in the borrowed car, a local car that he got here for last year, and he got caught up in some dramas in the heats. He was the reigning champion coming into last year, then got caught up in drama, and it actually tore up the race car pretty bad. He wasn't even able to make the start for the A main. So it's just storylines throughout, and I'm sure we'll continue to see that as the night goes on. Right now, of course, we're just trying to get these cars to wheel pack this racetrack. Racetrack's actually looking like it's in pretty good shape. It's a little bit heavy, as we can tell by some of the cars, but seems to be rolling in quite nicely, and we're hoping by the time we go into hot laps, we'll have a line that these guys can use, and then, of course, moving on from hot laps into the all-important qualifying session, which is, again, something that late models don't tend to do too often in their regular summer series.
No, not a lot of qualifying for the late models in Western Australia. But one good thing about the hot lap session is you only get a couple of laps, but it gives you a bit of a chance to look at gearing, shocks, and what the track's going to do for that first heat, the all-important first heat, because you could be on the outside, Joshy. Now, at the moment, the track's looking a little bit wet on the inside, on the pole line, but that's generally the fastest way around here until the track slickens off and then we start getting a high line.
Absolutely, and obviously they've got a bit of time. They'll do their hot laps. We've got 3 groups of them of hot laps for our late models. Then they actually go in the pits, and they've actually got some time to make some adjustments because we're going to be running a heat of productions and street stocks in between them. So they actually have got some time to try and clear it out and make some changes. Now it looks like they're just being told to try and buzz it up a little bit and just try, as you genuinely find on a clay surface, you'll have I don't want to say sloppy. Sloppy's not the right word. The wetter clay sits on top. You just need to sort of blow that stuff off, and then underneath, it actually looks like it's going to be a pretty juiced up and fast racetrack. So it's the old saying, it's a little bit of short-term pain for long-term gain. Yep. If the track's a little bit wetter at the start, genuinely by the time you get later on into the night, don't ask me how I know this, but...
Well, you are the water boy from last weekend, let's be honest. But we won't go into that. But you are a track curator in your own right too, and you understand that it's easier to take a bit of water out of the track than probably get it in once we're racing.
100%. Once it seals, especially, you're going to find it, especially even though we're now racing because we're later on into the year, even though we're racing in total darkness now, there's no sunlight at all. These late models, especially having a field of 13 of them, they will still what we call seal the track over, which is basically where they run, it basically turns it almost into hard concrete. Once it does that, there is no way you can get water back into it. It sits on the top, then it goes to a term we call slick, where it actually almost turns to like a bitumen surface, where it actually starts laying some layers of rubber on top of the clay, and you get that real glossy shine. The issue with that's great because it generally promotes better racing because it slows the cars up and it makes guys pick and choose. Mm-hmm. However, the issue is once that happens, the second you introduce any form of water onto it, it's an ice skating rink. So it's a hard job. The team at Kalgoorlie have done a fantastic job to get it to where they are at. And I can see already, I think, might take a little while just to blow the top section of the top part of the clay off. Yep. But then I think underneath it, I think we're going to be in for a pretty juiced up racetrack, which we want to see, obviously. It will be good to see it slow up a little bit because obviously it's weird to say, but a racetrack can almost be too fast where it's hammer down, follow the leader. We want to try and promote some passing, get some laps happening. So it's a hard job. Obviously, no one really envies the job of a track curator, but it is looking like it's in pretty good shape at the moment. Obviously, early on, it was still pretty warm. Like it was freezing most of the morning coming out here from Perth, but then, got into town around midday and went and had lunch. And by the time we walked out of where we had lunch, it was actually quite warm and the sun was beating down on it. So it doesn't have to be particularly hot. No. But you just need some sun and some wind. And
now it's dropped off a bit, and the moisture will be hanging around a little bit.
And exactly right. And then the moisture that's already in the surface starts to already come back up to up to the top again. So it's an interesting beast clay. It creates some awesome racing, but it is a real fine art to get it right. And there's a couple guys, there's one guy in the field who will be looking very closely at this. Of course, Jamie Oldfield, track curator for Bunbury and Ellenbrook, so he knows this sort of stuff off the back of his hand.
And he will make no mistake, he'll have no qualms of pulling up on the line and giving his 2 cents worth about the racetrack, not being smart aleck, but to help the track and the curators to say, hey, this is what we're feeling.
Especially coming from a driver's perspective. You need someone who's got all this power under their right foot and what the car's doing, what the track's doing, and also no one can see the racetrack better than in the cockpit. So they can see when it's starting to blow off, when it's starting to go slick, it's starting to do all these sorts of things. So we're in a bit of a holding pattern for the moment, but I think this is probably now a better time to, of course, say a massive thank you to Topdrill, who's got behind us massively for the Red Dirt Rumble. And there's a lot of loyal sponsors that have got behind us here at Kalgoorlie to bring these events. These events don't just happen. It's cost a lot of money for clubs to put racetracks on. And again, massive thank you to the team at Topdrill for coming on board and being naming rights sponsor for the Red Dirt Rumble. It's cool to see the racers get behind them as well. Of course, Damien Hudson at Hudson Pristine Engineering, obviously one of the local boys here, puts a lot of time and effort into him, but he's also dipping into his pocket as well. Like Michael Holmes Racing, I think you can go to pretty much any racetrack in the state of WA,
every team as well.
And there will be an MHR logo on the car or at the track somewhere. So Michael, of course, is a massive supporter of us here, not just in Kalgoorlie here tonight, but as Speedway as a whole. Hit 97.9 in Kalgoorlie, Access High Kalgoorlie, Gen West, Auscub Service, Triple M in the Goldfields, Red Desert Cooling and Electrical, Tyranny Contracting, KCGM, TGC Autos. There's just Access Mechanical Services, or Mineral Services, I should say. I can go on and on and on, and I will do throughout the course of the night, but just a massive thank you to all the corporate partners that get on board. And of course, the naming rights of the track, it has been for many years, Snapon Tools. Just without the corporate backing, Jason, you'll know this with your role as General Manager of Late Model Racing WA, without the partners and the supporters, we just can't go racing.
Doesn't happen. And it's not just about putting a sticker on a sign or sticker on a race car, or it's about the whole package and what value you can bring back to the sponsors. The sponsors have put in really good money for different events and different things. And it's about like a 1-3 ratio. Every dollar they put in money-wise, you want to give $3 back in value. And that could be, you know, in the program, as you say, what we say on the commentary team, signage, all those kind of things. But the major thing is if there's a business that's in this program and you're looking to do something, you know, in the next couple of weeks, go to one of these businesses, get in there and say, hey, you know, we want to support this because you support Kalgoorlie Raceway.
Absolutely, and it looks like we've got the green lights on, so we're going to go for our first group of hot laps, and it's a bit of a barrage of the Kalgoorlie locals in this one. You got Matt Robbins, Jeff Powell, Damien Hudson, and Jack Barnwell making his debut, who's supposed to start in this group, but he's on the infield in car number 16. So Abby Pickering is the lone traveller in car number 95 for this first group of hot laps. So as I mentioned, the track is still quite heavy. It's going to take a while for these guys to get a groove happening. And unfortunately, the guys for this first group have drawn the short straw on that side of things. You can almost not see the door card on the side of the number 95. But it looks like they are slowly but surely starting to find themselves a groove that they can work with. Only the 4 cars out on the racetrack as I speak. Jack Barnwell was supposed to be in this opening group of hot laps, but he has not made the call and is currently sitting on the runway.
He's not used to it. He's a street truck driver.
Yeah, just pull in. But Jack Barnwell is on the runway in car number 16, but it is going to be interesting to see how the former West Australian street stock champion goes in his first ever attempt at late model racing here in Kalgoorlie.
Now, if you're here for the first time, this is not indicative of the speed we'll have tonight.
No.
So if you're here for the first time watching, these cars will get much, much faster as the track dials in.
Absolutely, and unfortunately, as I mentioned, it is unfortunately the short straw genuinely if you have to go out first for hot laps, but someone's got to do it. Someone has to be that guy.
Or girl.
Or girl.
Out there.
Correct for Abby. And there was actually, Sudden, you might be able to fill me in on this, but I heard through the grapevine that there was dramas with the 95 with a starter motor issue.
Correct.
Which she's had all season.
Yes.
And unfortunately, she's come here, she's unloaded the car, she's gone to fire it up, and nothing.
No.
So they've already had to put a starter motor in that car. I think it's the 4th or 5th one that they've had to put in throughout the summer. Jo had a spare one in his trailer, so they've given that to the Pickering team, but they've already had dramas and have already been working hard on the number 95 as the yellows come on that first group of hot laps. As I said, it's, as Jason touched on, it's far from where we would normally be in terms of speed.
And sometimes in this situation, maybe not tonight because of time or whatever's going on, but sometimes they let that first group back out again for a couple of hot laps at the end just to get a bit more of a good reading on the car and what it can do in time trials.
So we should be moving on to our second group of hot laps. First 2 cars have made their way onto the racetrack. So 2 we got currently out there is Ben Staunton's out of Esperance. There's number 76 and Sean Cubbage in the 7. I don't see any other movement from anyone else out there on the infield. Hot laps group 2, if you're going by the grids on My Race Pass, is supposed to include the 51 of Jo, Greg Horan, Nathan Richards, Ben's already out there, and David Boyes. But I don't see much movement from anyone else out there on the infield. We've just got the 2 cars out on the track for the moment. So again, find ourselves in a bit of a holding pattern. The yellow lights are still on, but the boys are giving them a bit of right foot so maybe, I don't know if they uncovered some issues maybe during the time where they were wheel packing and just want to give them a squirt, because as I mentioned, really the only one that's supposed to be out here for this second group is Ben, but he's not made the call he's the only one that's made the call, and there doesn't seem to be any real major movement from anyone else out there in the middle as we speak.
Now, Joshy, just as before we go racing, it's very important that you guys out there in the crowd to make sure that you don't put your amber lights on or your foot on the pedals, brakes and all that kind of stuff while racing's actually on. Can disrupt the drivers very, very easily. So we just ask everybody, just be patient with that kind of stuff. Just be aware that when you do turn your lights on and off and all those kind of things in the cars, it can disrupt the racing.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a good point that you raise, Jace, especially being so unique and having the cars so close, it can quite easily distract us. We now got movement. Jamie Oldfield's decided that he's happy to come help in the number 51, which has a fair few more scratches on it since when it departed Perth last time. But
that probably just happened over on the Nullarbor on the way home.
He's had to replace the left-hand side door. That's last year's door that he's put on that because he ripped that off in Toowoomba at the prelude to the Australian. He didn't even make it to the Australian title, and he already tore the doors off the thing. But he's joined the track, so it's him and Strawton's out there at the minute. Should be seeing Greg Horan, Nathan Richards, and David Boyes also join this group. I can see the 90 car behind the generator on the back straight. Greg Horan's behind the water truck. I believe that's the 04 car on the runway.
Now, we know we're a slight missing quite a few volunteers, so there might be a bit of a communication problem. We're not 100% sure.
Damien Hudson's come back out in the 80, so we've seen him in that first group, but he's now come back on in the number 80 machine. So I think this is still just work in progress to try and clean this track off. Is going to be my guess, is what we're doing at this current point in time. So yeah, please do bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. We're all, as we mentioned, they are quite tight on volunteers here tonight, and everyone's trying their absolute hardest. So please do bear with us as we try and get all our sheep into a pen, which can sometimes, trying to round up racing drivers can be a pretty hard task on its own.
I'd rather sometimes round up sheep, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a mission. They never really want to do what you want when you want them to do them. That's just the whole world of race car drivers. But we've got the 3 circulating out there at the moment. We have completed 1 lot of hot laps, which included Matt Robbins and Abby Pickering, Jeff Powell.
Cabo's coming back out.
Sean Cubbage now joins the party as well. So, to be honest, I'd love to fill you in with what's going on, but I'm not one.
Or we'd just be making stuff up.
We're pretty good at that.
Yeah,
We've worked for each other. We've worked for each other for long enough. We're pretty good at just fake it till you make is what I get told.
We're green.
Green lights have come back on, so we've got a couple of re-shows in this one. Sean Cubbage, Jamie Oldfield, Ben Strawtons and Damien Hudson's back for another attack, so he's obviously put plenty of fuel in that number 80 machine. I think tricky is the word of the night so far in this early part of the program. For the Red Dirt Rumbles, we just try and clear off this racetrack the best we possibly can. With another 4 cars out on the racing surface. Damien Hudson's exploring high and wide in turn number 3 and 4. I don't think there's going to be very much out there for the foreseeable future. So we've got Cubbage, Oldfield, Strawtons and Hudson going around in this sort of unofficial second group of hot laps. Of course, their Topdrill qualifying is still to come. That's going to set the grids for their heat races. The shootout is back as we see Damien Hudson grab a big footful of the brake on the left-hand side of the car as sparks fly out of the 80 machine as the green lights continue to stay on. So we're giving them a fair few laps, and they've almost really buttoned off it as Cubbage gets a massive push on the exit of turn number 2. So the only one who really seems to be getting around there,
Hudson's just smashing the throttle at the minute.
Quite comfortable, is that of J.O. Damien's really just standing on the loud pedal and hoping something sticks, as once again he experiments about half track and 3/4 track high in the number 80. Yeah, it's tiptoe so far. It's a tricky racetrack to master, as once again Cubbage, you can see when I say push, he's got full lock to the left and the car just there's another prime example of as he comes out of turn number 4.
Yeah, he's not happy. He's
turning it down the front straight, but the car's just not doing what it wants it to do. Obviously, track conditions probably aren't helping that, but he's almost got it. He's got it right on the exit of turn number 2 that time in the number 7. J.O. saw what was going on, and he's backed right off it to try and give himself some space in the number 51. Then it's Strawtons in the 76, which this time last year he was trying to sell that car.
Yeah, Benny's one of those ones that I'm only going to do one more meeting, and then 3 meetings later he's only going to do another meeting.
And then he won a heat race last year, and then I thought, oh, maybe I can hold on to this for a while. So he's still with us, which is great. How's out of Esperance? As Sean Cubbage is getting the attitude on car number 7.
Foot pedal.
As the yellow lights have come on, but Cubbo was given it an almighty stab. Damien Hudson wasting no time to head to the infield. Cubbo still was given it a bootful going down the back straight.
He's like, I found something. Yep, the right.
Yeah, put the lights back on. I've got this now. So J.O. pulls up on the infield as well. He'll have a chat with infield crew as we should be getting ready to see the next lot.
See where Jamie's parked. He's probably just signalling to Warren a little bit, like
bit of brotherly,
I would say,
brotherly exchanges going on there. Of course, he is in chat with our track team as well. I mean, he's an incredibly experienced track curator as J.O., so his insight will probably do wonders in this racetrack as the next group of cars roll out onto the racetrack. Jack Barnwell, better late than never, making his late model debut in the number 16. Greg Horan in the 04 out of Esperance, the Nomad is what we call him on the tour. Your reigning Red Dirt Rumble champion and current Pro Dirt Series champion in Joe Chalmers. And now it looks like it's a free-for-all where everyone's joining the racetrack.
The party's happening now.
Because we've got Nathan Richards out there in the 74. Michael Holmes has come out in the 91. Warren Oldfield in the 15. David Boys in the 90. So it's now pretty much just turned into an absolute free-for-all with everyone hitting the racetrack all at once. So I'm assuming it's just going to be the more cars they can get on it, throw the most dirt,
in,
try and get it done as quickly as possible because, of course, It is just clicked over 6:30, and we really want to get the main part of the program underway as quickly as possible. Green lights have come on, so I reckon that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to hot lap pretty much the remaining cars to try and get this racetrack dialed in as quickly as humanly possible. Like we said, treacherous is probably the word of the day. But it looks like, from my vantage point up here and just looking at a couple cars, we might be starting to get an ever so slight groove on the bottom side of the racetrack where the boys are starting to find some grip.
It's definitely the entries, Joshy. Like, you can see them, they're so skatey on the entry, so timid getting in.
Joe Chalmers has called it quits already in the 23 car. He hits to the infield. So whether it's a mechanical drama for Joe Chalmers, but he's desperately trying to get the attention of our track team down there on the infield. It looks like they're now looking at the front right hand of the car, or the front end of that car. Nathan Richards also exits stage left. Warren Oldfield exited stage left. So they're dropping like flies out of this hot lap session.
So they got Jeff Paul on the front end of the Smokin' Joe 23 car, just having a look.
We saw Nathan Richards pull off in a bit of a hurry as well on the back straight. Warren Oldfield in the Snapon Kalgoorlie, number 15, also followed suit to the infield. So it leaves us with Horan, Boys, Holmes and Barnwell on the racetrack. We have seen every car hit the track at least once during this period, and again, we appreciate you sticking with us and the teams and the drivers as we try and get this racetrack dialed in as quickly as humanly possible. The saying still remains of short-term pain for long-term gain, as now Joe Chalmers re-enters the racetrack in car number 23. He want to try and get as many laps in before they throw the yellow lights on, because he really hasn't had a feel for that shift reality. Number 23 has your defending Pro Dirt Series champ and your current Red Dirt Rumble winner. It looks a little bit tight as the yellow lights come on. So unfortunately, that 3/4 of a lap is all Joe Chalmers is going to get. He was saying that he's still way too tight in that car, and I reckon he looked pretty tight then as well, especially on the exit of turn number 4, as now we bring the second batch of cars back on. So Jamie Oldfield back on the racetrack, Matt Robbins back on the racetrack, Damien Hudson back on the racetrack. Is Chalmers going to try and play a sneaky tag on? Or
he might be going back, because I think they might have a vibration in the front of that, the way they were looking at the front end, the wheel.
He seems pretty keen. He's parked right up towards the pit gate, so I reckon he's pretty keen to get out of here so he can go to work.
Fixed, yeah.
On the number 23. He's parked right on the exit of turn number 4, so they're not really going to be able to go anywhere with him sitting there. So he's going to try and get that 23 car out of it. Of course, they had a world of pain with that car towards the later half of the summer, and to the point where they didn't even race it anymore. He jumped into the Nylander Motorsport car and ran the majority of the tail end of the Pro Dirt season in that car, and he said, look, I really don't know how this is going to go tonight, so maybe there's some early hiccups already for your reigning Pro Dirt winner.
Could be. I mean, he spent many, many hours welding that block up himself. Joe's a qualified welder. About 16 hours just to weld the crack up in the block. Still wasn't happy with it, and they had to redo it again in another a few weeks later, but they still wasn't happy with it. And then, the Nylander Motorsport, team were generous enough to give him the 34 car. They put the 54 panels on it, and he became the Pro Dirt Series champion because of it.
So we'll try this again with the first batch of cars that we saw out. So as I mentioned, Jamie Oldfield's back out there. Matty Robbins is out there in the 57. Abby Pickering, the 95. Once again, JO's now come to a stop here on the front straight. Bob Wakefield is actually the man in his window. Long-time track curator here at the Kalgoorlie Speedway. So as I mentioned, Joe Chalmers has gone straight back into the pit area. Jack Barnwell is actually looking pretty animated in the number 16 to try and get that pit gate open as well. So it's all going on as we now, I think it's just going to be another free-for-all where we just need everyone that we can.
The most important thing is we get the track dialed in so we can get some good racing, Joshy, and I guess that's what they're trying to do.
Absolutely, and as I mentioned, it was J.O. talking with Bob Wakefield on the infield just a few seconds ago on where this is at and how we're looking. So hopefully we're not too far away from being at a point where we can at least go racing on it with our support classes. Hopefully they'll clear it off a little bit more as well, and then come qualifying time, hopefully we should be ready to rock and roll. And it now looks like that track team is going to get a bit hands-on themselves as one of the push cars now joins our field as well.
Well, our chief steward tonight was a track curator during the week, so it makes it a little bit hard when you're trying to do two jobs at once, and then you're trying to get people and relay messages, I guess, down to the staff and say, hey, like, can we get this done? And all this, so much organisation, Josh. People don't realise they come into their cars and they think what's going on or on a live feed, but there is a lot goes on in a racetrack behind the scenes, as you know.
Absolutely. It's not an easy job by any task, and like I said, they're pretty lined on for volunteers here tonight. So again, we appreciate everyone sticking with us. We promise it will be absolutely well worth the wait. And just again, massive credit to Kalgoorlie International Speedway team for doing all they possibly can to try and not hold the show up for as best we possibly can. And we can get things good and proper underway. And hopefully, as I mentioned, just get it into a point where we can at least put our support classes out, get some racing on it, and hopefully clear it up a little bit more. It looks like now they're almost pretty happy with it. It looks like they're just trying to roll it in now because they've got the push cars out there, and just everyone seems to be rolling that sort of half track to three-quarter track high mark. So I think we might almost be at a point where they say it's pretty good. We can just pack it in, get some drive on it, and then we might be pretty well ready to rock and roll. Obviously from an outsider looking in perspective, but I think we're getting there.
We're definitely getting there. It's just taking a little bit of time, that's all. But while they do that, I'm sure the canteen's open. There's probably a nice cold beer to be had around the place, even though it's a little bit chilly. Kalgoorlie always have fantastic food here at the canteen, so make sure you get into that. And also, just, a beverage, but also we want to make sure that everyone drinks responsibly and drives home safely.
It is a cold night, but thankfully we thought of that because there's a lovely coffee van positioned perfectly under the tower here on the front straight. So if you want a warm drink, which is probably not a bad shout
or if anyone wants to bring us one.
Yeah. More than welcome to go help yourselves to the facilities here at Kalgoorlie. It's a fantastic venue. It's really it's probably one of the hidden gems in WA Speedway racing, to be honest. Just with the facilities and the way that this place is presented all the time. But I don't think we're too far away from getting things underway good and proper. J.O. still looking fairly animated as he drives past the front straight, driving side by side with his brother Warren. And it does look like now we're just trying to, it looks like we've cleared a line and now we're just trying to pack in some of that looser dirt and the marbles from around the joint.
You can visually see the track starting to change a bit anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely starting to get a groove in. And like I said, as long as we can just sort of get it to a point where we can throw some cars on it and go racing, then the rest of it should really handle itself.
I mean, you're talking about 800 horsepower cars trying to grip into the dirt, and when it's too wet, it ain't fun.
It's not a pretty sight, but the good thing with 800 horsepower is it also drives the track out fairly well, as J.O.'s got hand signals out the side of the car, and it almost looked like a thumbs up from my point of view. So I reckon J.O.'s pretty happy with it to let's get this thing happening. And I think it just has to come to a point, Jace, where it just needs to be, let's just go racing. And whether it's going to just try and fine-tune it as the night goes on, as now Jamie heads to the infield. So I dare say that is probably exactly what he's thinking, is we're good enough. We can probably get some racing action on it. And then hopefully, like I said, we still got a heat of productions and street stocks to come out. Obviously, they haven't got the massive tyres, but they might still just help just to blow it off enough before the late models come out for their qualifying.
Do you think they're going to do another round of hot laps just to dial it back in more, or do you think we're going...
I think it's sort of two minds at this point, Jace, because obviously, yes, you want to give them hot laps too, but at the same time, you've got to think about your time constraints. And look, to be honest, they've seen the track plenty now, obviously with all the rolling laps and all the hot lapping sessions that we've done, they should have a pretty good idea of, to at least make an estimated guess on what they want to do before it comes to qualifying. So hopefully it looks like they are all starting to vacate the racetrack, and we'll get them back into the pit paddock so they can make some changes.
Just came back on.
Well, actually, this might be our first group of hot laps. This is our first group of
hot
laps. So we might now be going into official hot laps for the late models. We are. Right, so this is the official hot laps group number 1.
Thanks for being patient, everybody. I mean, it's one of those things, but to get a good racetrack, you've got to dial it in.
Right, so the green lights have come on for the first official time here tonight. This is group number 1 of hot laps for your Topdrill Red Dirt Rumble for 2026. And already we're seeing a vast improvement in the way the cars are being able to get around this racetrack as Matty Robbins almost overcooks the car. He sets the benchmark with an 18.277. For the driver of number 57, it's a 19.568 for Abby Pickering. Damien Hudson goes through with a 19.080. So Matty Robbins is easily the quickest man on the racetrack at the moment. He's dropped that down already to an 18.093. So he's dropped 0.2 of a second already in the number 57. And the track's only going to get faster and faster. So we're going to see way quicker than an 18 as this hot lap session wears out, as Matty Robbins comes back across the line, back up into the 18.4s, but he had a little bit of traffic as we've got Jeff Powell rotating quite slowly around the top side of the racetrack in the number 24 machine. Still an 18.093, the quickest time for Matt Robbins. As I speak, he drops it into the 17s and doesn't just dab his toe into it. He's jumped head first with a 17.598 for the driver of the number 57 from right here in Kalgoorlie into the 17s and a halves. And he's a long way clear of the remaining pack. It was an 18.534 for Abby Pickering was her best time. Damien Hudson with a 19.080. Jeff Powell at 23.329 was his quickest time. But Matty Robbins, a 17.598 that he set on lap number 4, was the quickest time that we saw during that group of hot laps, our first official hot laps group. Group number 2 joins us on the racetrack. It's the number 51 of Jamie Oldfield, Nathan Richards in the 74, Greg Horan in the 04, David Boys in the 90, and Ben Strawton in the 76. So we're already into the 17.5s, set by Matt Robbins in the number 57. And I reckon this track's now just going to start getting faster and faster. The times will tumble. Be very interesting to see what J.O. has got in this one, but he's got some pretty handy pedalers around him. As that 51 sounded horrible as he tried to get on the noise.
That was not good.
And he's on the infield. So here I am saying he's going to be our benchmark. And the 51 is not going to turn a lap in anger in official hot laps. So J.O.'s out of it in group number 2. So we wait for the first times to come through. It's a 21.9 for Nathan Richards, a 21.2 for Greg Horan, a 19.10 for David Boys, as J.O. has rejoined and then taken the car back to the infield. I wonder if it's out of fuel.
Yeah, could be.
It's done a lot of laps. It might be out of fuel in car number 51.
Where's Bradley when you need him?
But anyways, we turn our attention back to the cars we have got on screen, on track. It's an 18.443, the quickest time. That's set by Ben Strawton's in the 76. And it's all a car park in turn number 3 and 4 at the moment, with the majority of the field. As now Nathan Richards heads to the infield. I don't know what's going on anymore. Boys and Horan think they're in a race situation, with Boise trying to get a run on the outside of car number 04.
Oh, this could get ugly now.
Boise's gone high and wide. There's not much out there at this current point. Only the 3 cars remain. We've lost Jamie Oldfield and we've lost Nathan Richards. As Greg Horan carries that left front tyre on the exit of turn number 2, so there's plenty of traction underneath it, that's for sure.
You can see, Joshy, with the traction, the cars are starting to change. They're starting to push. They can't get the cars in, some of them. Even Strawton's had to get off the gas 3 times to get the car in the corner.
It's tricky as the checkered flag flies on that second group of hot laps. The quickest time out of that group will be Ben Strawton's with that 18.259 that he set on lap number 5. But the big story is car number 51 of Jamie Oldfield out of noise, and hopefully it's something as simple as they didn't put enough fuel in it to do all the rolling laps, the hot laps, and then the official group of hot laps. But we'll keep it posted on the Comex Civil number 51 machine of Jamie Oldfield. We turn to group number 3. Our third and final, we got Sean Cubbage in the 7, Warren Oldfield in the 15, and Michael Holmes in the number 91 are your 3 cars to go around in what should be our third and final hot lap session. So the green lights come on. Third and final hot lap group for our Red Dirt Rumble for the 2026 edition, with Oldfield, Holmes, fresh off their trip over on the East Coast, competing in the national title at Toowoomba, as Warren Oldfield comes across the line to set the benchmark. It's an 18.736, beaten by Michael Holmes with a 17.520, and an 18.253 for Sean Cubbage. So it's Michael Holmes who has the quickest time at the moment, as Warren Oldfield comes across the line. It's an 18.205. Holmesy's still within that 17.6 bracket range on his second lap, as it's still very tricky to get these cars around in the early part of the night. Warren Oldfield comes across. It's an 18.538 for that last time. Holmesy's just gone into the 17.3s with a 17.311. Sean Cubbage not too far off his pace with a 17.581 for car number 7. The white flag comes out. Michael Holmes is now knocking on the door of a 16-second lap with a 17.132. 17.132 for Michael Holmes on that last circulation as the checkered flag flies. 17.806 for Warren Oldfield. So 17.607 the best for Warren Oldfield, a 17.1 for Michael Holmes. And Sean Cubbage bangs a 16 right at the end, a 16.787 for Sean Cubbage to go quickest in the group at the conclusion of that hot lap session.
Now I'm just looking over there, Joshy, and I've seen a push car pull up behind the 51. So it'll be interesting to see, because if he's got no fuel, you're going to have to fuel up, because we've got time trials now.
Absolutely. He did have to. He came to a stop on the exit of turn number 2, and then that's where he was pushed off into the infield, and now it's just the waiting game to try and let these guys out of here so they can turn the car around for hot laps. The gates are not opening for them, though, and they're pretty keen to get out of there. Warren Oldfield is almost halfway up the track at this point of trying to get out so they can turn these things around for hot laps, or for qualifying, I should say. But yeah, we're hoping it's something as simple as no fuel for J.O.
Because for him to come back out onto the track and try it again, he's pretty confident it's not an engine. And he would know about engines this year. He's done 4 of them. He's
done a few of them. He's had some rotten luck in terms of engines in that number 51 car. So he's going to need the assistance to get back into the pit area. We'll see our late models back in not too very long at all for their time trials. So again, we do appreciate the patience just while we went through that whole procedure of trying to get the track cleared off so we can get hot laps in the books. And now it's the time to go to work to try and turn these cars around for the all-important qualifying, which we see time and time again can really make or break your night when it comes to qualifying. But luckily, they have got a bit of turnaround time. They have got a race of street stocks and production sedans to come before they get stuck in to their time trials. So as the last few cars make their way off the racetrack, it'll be a perfect time for us to take a very short break from the Kalgoorlie International Speedway. When we return, the first heat race number 1 of our street stocks coming up. Just before we get stuck into heat race number 1 of our street stocks as they make their way onto the racetrack, we ask that if you're able to, that you please be upstanding as we play our country's national anthem. Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Kalgoorlie International Speedway for the 2026 edition of the Red Dirt Rumble for late models. Before we get to their qualifying, we got our opening heat race of the night. This is heat race number 1 of our production sedans. Set to go around. Rob Borden in the number 25 Hydrolink entry is your pole man for this one. Alongside him, driving number 33K is that of Tina Ingram. Car number 10 of Tilly Leonard lines up from position number 3. And Tyler Scott in the number 08 to her outside. The 8K of Cody Roberts and the 16K of Ryan Aldrich is how they line up for this 6-car field to go around for the opening heat race of what is going to be a jam-packed program, to say the absolute least. Here in the Goldfields. Again, we appreciate the patience during our late models hot laps. And we're now hoping that this racetrack is going to be really juiced up. We saw it early on in that final group of hot lap sessions for the late models that we're now knocking on the door of a 16-second lap time earlier on. So, I've said it once and I'll say it again, short-term pain for long-term gain is what we're hoping for here in Kalgoorlie tonight, as we give our production sedans a couple sighting laps, just to get them accustomed to the racetrack and the conditions that they're going to be facing when we return. It's heat race number 1, the first heat of a big night here in the Goldfields. Lights have gone out. Leaves the field in control of Rob Borden and Tina Ingram. Heat race number 1 of the night. Heat race number 1 of the production sedans. Here for the Red Dirt Rumble for 2026 is underway. And it's going to be the Hydrolink Commodore who gets the best of the start. And he'll skip away quite comfortably. We thought about going 3 wide in a turn number 1 and 2 for the first time. It's going to happen a bit later on as Tilly Leonard gets swallowed up. So too does Tina Ingram with Scott and Roberts going either way of the 2 Commodores. But out of turn number 3 and 4 for the first time. It's going to be Rob Borden who leads lap number 1 in car number 25, side by side for second, as Roberts finds himself up in a position number 2. Muscles Tyler Scott back to third. Tina Ingram holds down fourth. Tilly Leonard rounds out the top 5, and Ryan Aldrich rounding out your 6 cars in heat race number 1 of the production sedans, and it's all Rob Borden's race out in front for the moment. Hydrolink number 25 Commodore doing it easy with Cody Roberts. They're trying to chase him down in the number 8K. Fastest lap of the race does belong to Rob Borden that he set that last time around with a 22.549 for the driver of the number 25 holding Commodore. He's your race leader. From Roberts, Scott, back then to Ingram, Leonard and Aldrich having a battle for their own in the minors at the tail end of this pack. One of them doesn't sound terribly happy. I'm just having a trouble pinpointing exactly which one it is as Borden continues to go faster. In the number 25 machine is a 21.8, make that a 21.7 as he comes past the judge this time, a 21.779 for Rob Borden. And I think the ill-sounding car might be Tina Ingram in car number 33. So might be some early mechanical woes for Tina. So we're going to be halfway home this time around with 5 down and 5 remaining. And it's a 21.696 now to your race leader, Rob Borden, who's out by pretty much the length of the back straight here at Kalgoorlie from Cody Roberts and Tyler Scott. Tina Ingram, the ill-sounding number 33 from Tilly Leonard and Ryan Aldrich round out your 6 cars in this opening heat, which has just been an absolute masterclass at the moment from the Hydrolink holding Commodore. It's going to come out at turn number 3 and 4 with 3 laps to go this time by. He might just catch the tail end of the traffic on these last few circulations, but he's long clear of Cody Roberts in the number 8K machine. Tyler Scott, that's your top 3. Then Ingram, Leonard, and Aldrich. It's back to your race leader as he comes up on the lap traffic with 2 laps to go. Or 3 laps to go now, I should say. In the number 25. So he is going to catch the lap cars in the dying stages of this one. So he brings it out at turn number 3 and 4. Greets the white flag. 1 to run for the Hydrolink Golden Commodore. And he's got a couple of Commodores in front of him. It's a long way clear to Cody Roberts, but he also just can't find a move through the traffic as he moves to the outside of Aldrich. It's probably not going to get to Tilly Leonard, but it doesn't matter. He will see the checkered flag. Heat race number 1 goes to Rob Borden quite comfortably from Cody Roberts in car number 8. Tyler Scott will hold down position number 3. Tina Ingram will come home in position number 4 with the very unhappy sounding holding Commodore. Then we go back to Tilly Leonard in car number 10. And rounding out your runners, driving the number 16K is that of Ryan Aldrich. That's how they concluded heat race number 1 of the production sedans. 21.503 was the quickest lap of the race, set on lap number 8 by your race winner of Rob Borden, who was just in a league of his own in that one. The Hydrolink machine getting it done from Cody Roberts and Tyler Scott, your top 3 in heat race number 1 of the production sedans. Here is number 1 of the straight stocks. Casey Plekas in the number 85 and Ray Leonard in the 21 share the front row. Coming from position number 3, Ricky Laddersly in the number 46 machine on his outside. The 18K. Linton Dickinson in the 100, a late entry with Lockie Smith in the 79. So we're underway with heat race number 1 of the street stocks. It's going to be Leonard who leads him out of turn number 2 for the first time. Plekas slots in the second. Laddersly, Roberts is there in 4th spot. Under attack now from the 100 out of Esperance of Linton Dickinson. We're back to Smith and running the little Mitsubishi Magna from the tail of the field is the number 32 of Ben Ferris. As he now makes a move to the inside of Lockie Smith in the 79 machine. Roberts now goes to work on the inside of Laddersly with Dickinson trying to make it a 3-car go into turn number 3 and 4. And Roberts might find himself losing a spot to the 100 machine, and he does. So it's Leonard, Plekas, Laddersly, Dickinson now. Roberts rounds out the top 5. Ferris is coming in the number 32 with a little bit of smoke coming out of the back of the Mitsubishi Magna. With Lockie Smith rounding out your field in the number 79. And Dicko is not waiting around. He's on a charge at the moment. The Esperance combined tire and mechanical number 100 is really trying to find a way past. This battle for second and third, which is now going to draw level on the exit of turn number 2. Laddersly just has the nose in front. Plekas tries to hold strong, and Dicko is going to try and take advantage to the inside and move up into position number 3. So Dickinson's on a charge. Ray Leonard continues to skip away. But the man we're watching is that of Linton Dickinson. He's on a charge at the moment, trying to work the middle side of the racetrack. Try and find a way past number 46, Holden Commodore. So we're halfway home in heat race number 1 of the straight stocks. The battle further back continues on as well with Roberts, Ferris, and Plekas in the number battle for what is basically 4th, 5th, and 6th, with Lockie Smith rounding out your field in the number 79 with a glowing red exhaust on the back underneath that Ford Falcon. So it's getting pretty hot and toasty for the man currently circulating in position number 7. But it's still Leonard a long way out in front. Well, not long way, but a good enough gap back to Laddersly in second. Dickinson's charge has just taken a bit of a slow hold the last couple laps. He's actually forced some fresh air between himself and the number 46 machine in front of him. Battle continues on as there's a flame underneath the 32. So Ferris is blowing smoke. He's pulled to the infield with a pop of flame underneath car number 32. So he's going to need some attention by our infield officials. But we're back to your race leader of Ray Leonard, who's a long way clear as he now puts Smith 1 lap down. Laddersly still holds on the second. Dickinson holding down third. Plekas, Roberts, and Smith 1 lap down. And unfortunately Ferris with some sort of fire drama with the number 32 machine. He's on the infield. But the checkered flag is set to come out this time around. And it's going to go quite comfortably to Ray Leonard, the number 21. Holden Commodore takes out heat race number 1 of the straight stocks. Laddersly comes home in second. Linton Dickinson third. Casey Plekas 4th. Roberts rounds out the top 5 with Lockie Smith in the number 79, the last car to complete the distance, with, unfortunately, dramas for the Mitsubishi Magna, which is getting quite a bit of attention from our fire crew down there on the infield. It was blowing a fair bit of smoke in the early stages of that heat race, and unfortunately something's gone pop. Jason Sutton's made his way down to the infield. So Jason, I'm not sure if you've if you can hear me, if you got your ears on, and you might be able to fill us in with what's going on with the Mitsubishi.
Mate, I can hear you. Yeah, not really sure, to be honest. It sort of wasn't a big flame at the bottom, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of oil or anything around, and the fire crew have done their job and just had a look, so really not 100% sure what's going on, to be honest there, Joshy. But I did walk the pit area, and there's a couple of developments before the late models come out. Smoke and Joe Chalmers did have a problem with the front end of the 23, and he's got a broken ball joint. He was straight under there, bashing and smashing everything, trying to fix the broken ball joint in the 23 car, and also with Jamie Oldfield, had a crank sensor problem. So those two cars may not even make it out. Fingers crossed they can, but they may not even make it out for time trials at the moment.
So big stories developing in late models. They are scheduled to come out. The next event on the program is your Topdrill qualifying for the Red Dirt Rumble for 2026. Ben Ferris has been able to drive that car away, which is good. So yeah, we're not 100% sure what's exactly going on with the Mitsubishi. Jason, just while we got this moment of quiet, obviously you've made your way to ground level. We've been talking about the track for the majority of the night. Now that it's starting to clear off and we've had some racing on it, what's it looking like from ground level?
It's actually starting to look pretty good. It's, nearly took my shoes off on the way through, so which is always a good sign. Hopefully it won't rut up though, because there's still a fair bit of moisture in it. But with the big tyres, you never quite know with this racetrack. But hopefully we get a nice settled bottom, and then a track moves up. But yeah, plenty of moisture in it, but it seems to be grippy, Joshy, which is a good sign.
That's exactly what you want to hear, especially when we're going into qualifying now for late models. So, Jason, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming it's going to be pretty well standard procedure that we see throughout qualifying for most of our Speedway classes. 2 cars at a time, 2 timed laps against the clock. We take your best one and sit you into a heat race grid.
Yes, that's correct, and then they'll reverse grid for the next one through. So it's important. That's why it's so technical to get these qualifying laps in and get a good time, so you get a front row start. And also too, if you get a back row start, some want 2 middles, but that's very hard too. You're stuck in right in the middle of the heat race. So you want a front row start and capitalise on that if you can. And then at the back row, if you move forward, say 3 or 4 positions, all of a sudden you're starting to look good for the rest of the night real quick. So it's so important to get these cars dialed in for this qualifying session. It'll be interesting to see who takes what line, what the back off out of the corners are and into the corners and all those kind of things, because I tell you what, this racetrack's still pretty tricky. Even though it's grippy, I don't think it's going to be just normal all night. I think you're going to have to keep chasing it.
So our late model crews make their way out onto the racetrack. They just roll past the start-finish line. Serves 2 purposes. Obviously, you need to get some heat into the diffs on the backs of these things, but also just allows our timing team to double-check the transponders, make sure the transponders are reading the electronic timing. Of course, it's pretty important when you go qualifying to know exactly what time you've ran, so we just need to make sure all the cars, as they come past the loop here on the start-finish line, are picking up on the transponders. So far, so good. We are picking up all the cars that have crossed the line so far. Of course, we are going to be keeping our eyes peeled to the pit area to see if we are going to see your reigning Red Dirt Rumble champion in Joe Chalmers make the call, as Jason alluded to, a broken ball joint in that car. And of course, J.O. with a crank angle sensor going amiss in the number 51. So we're still waiting on a few of them to make their way out onto the racetrack. The pit gates are open still, but we are waiting to see what the teams can do. It's not a huge amount of turnaround time. It's only been 20 laps with Proddies and Street Stocks to turn these cars around as they continue to roll on out. Jeff Powell's the next one to join us on the racing surface, the number 24 from right here in Kalgoorlie. Another man who's just ventured over east.
Also, Josh, you got to remember, these cars like Michael Holmes, they've just pulled onto the infield straight away. Now, are they got not a lot of fuel in that car, so they don't want to be doing these rolling laps? Or these cars that are doing the rolling laps have got a fair bit of fuel in them?
Well, that's another very important point, Jace. Obviously, when we talk about qualifying, it's all about going as quickly as you possibly can. You can't really do that when you've got a full tank and the bloke you're running next to only has a quarter of a tank in it. So it's a very, very important point that you raise. And yeah, they will be playing games with the fuel and maybe just trying to limit the amount of runs. And tyres is another thing as well, of course. We're not expecting massive tyre wear, especially at this point in the night. And I don't think this track is going to produce much tyre wear, but you never know. They run these things on a knife's edge, and just that little bit extra can cause something to go amiss that they're not quite 100% with. But they are slowly but surely making their way out onto the racetrack. Warren Oldfield has been the most latest one, and he's coming to a stop, actually, in turns number 1 and 2. I thought he was just very slow. He's now taken off again, so maybe he's just very interested in the dirt in turns 1 and 2 and wanted a closer look in the number 15.
Smoking Joe's coming.
Joe Chalmers has made the call in the number 23, so that's good for the man trying to defend his red dirt rumble crown. Change ball joint in the front end of that one. But of course now Jace is almost going into this blind. He hasn't really had much running with this car. It's had a world of dramas. You can see him already trying to just get as fast as he possibly can to try and get some sort of gauge of what it's going to do. But he's really had no laps in anger, and now he has to qualify.
Yeah, and you can see him like reefing on the wheel to make sure that's all kosher, because he doesn't want to go into turn 1 full noise now that thing go into the fence. So great turnaround by the 23 car. Also what I noticed, Joshy, in the pit area is everyone on all the teams was scraping out mud, because we know that mud creates weight, and the worst thing you can have is a lot of weight in these race cars for qualifying. So everyone was just scraping every bit of mud they could possibly get out of the cars, and that's why these other cars on the infield too, they obviously got not a lot of fuel, and they also don't want to pick up a lot of mud to create weight that they don't need.
So of course weight, and then it also comes back to the balance of the car as well. You get a lot of mud caked up. That's why they run the wheel covers, very similar to what we see in a lot of open wheel classes. You don't want that mud packing itself into the wheel, because you can get a really nasty vibration, and the dirt likes to stick to the decks of these cars and up through all the arms and all the componentry underneath these cars, and it can actually affect how they go around the corners. So weight and car performance is of course crucial, that you get as much mud out as you can. Joe Chalmers was able to give the 23 car a little bit of a squirt through turns number 1 and 2. And it looks like, Jace, can you confirm if that gate is shut, that means JO has not made the call for qualifying?
That is correct, Josh. It's shut, and unfortunately he won't make it out, but I heard that someone's gone back to town to try to get some parts for him so he can run the rest of the night. So he might miss even the first heat the way they're going, but fingers crossed with the teams all getting together, everyone helps each other here, they'll try to get that car out there before the end of the night.
If there's anyone who knows how to win a race from the back, it's JO. May I cast your mind back to 2010, one of the best races I think we've seen anywhere. But we will turn our attention to the cars that we have on the racetrack as we speak, and it looks like it's going to be a pair of Kalgoorlie locals to kick off our qualifying session. He's a life member here of Kalgoorlie International Speedway, driving the number 90 machine. Kalgoorlie born and bred is that of David Boyes, and driving the number 24 machine, another man from right here in Kalgoorlie, does a lot around the club behind the scenes, is that of Jeff Powell, as qualifying is underway for the Topdrill Red Dirt Rumble for 2026 for our late models. David Boyes and Jeff Powell are going to be the pioneers and lay down the first times that we see him. We can already see the attitude that Boise's got as he comes across the line, set to 16.136. 16.136 for David Boyes. Jeff Powell crosses the judge to give his first time a 16.943. David Boyes goes with a 15.804 to complete his second lap. So 15.804 for David Boyes, as Jeff Powell goes through with a 17.022. He will not be able to improve on his 16.943 that he set on his first lap. So the benchmark has been set by David Boyes, a 15.804 in that first group of qualifying.
I noticed then in the Jeff Paul car, Joshy, in mid-corner he struggled. Couldn't get the car rotated in the middle, which is so important to get the car off the turn to get a good time frame. So he's going to have to go and make some adjustments before the heat come out, that's for sure.
Second pairing, another Kalgoorlie local, the Boulder Bullet, driving the number 57 is that of Matt Robbins. And the man from Herne Hill, the number 91, former winner of this event, driving the Barry Wright Icon, the taxman, Michael Holmes, chasing down a 15.804 set by David Boyes. Holmesy comes across the line with a 15.590. So he's on the money. Here's Michael Holmes. Matt Robbins a 15.6 dead. So they are well and truly on the charge as Michael Holmes comes across the line. A 15.433 for Michael Holmes. So he shaves another tenth off. What has Matt Robbins got in response? A 15.357. Matt Robbins sets a new benchmark of 15.357.
Starting to crank up, Joshy. Starting to get excited now. You can hear these cars revving out. You know, that's what we want to hear. Late models at full noise around this place. Pretty cool.
Damien Hudson, the next man to join onto the racetrack. He's by himself, so I imagine he was probably supposed to be sharing this with J.O., but he will have the racetrack all to himself. He's gone back to the old Barry Wright Icon. Of course, unfortunately got caught up in some bad luck in Toowoomba. And Greg Horan's actually in this group, so Greg's just a little bit late to the party. So we will have Greg Horan and Damien Hudson chasing down a 15.357 set by Matt Robbins. The quick time at the moment from Michael Holmes, David Boyes and Jeff Powell, the four cars that we've seen for qualifying for the Topdrill Red Dirt Rumble for 2026. We are underway with Hudson and Horan. A 15.357 is the benchmark to beat. Greg Horan a 17.049 on his first lap. What has Damien Hudson got? Good enough for third at the moment, a 15.716 for the WA80 machine, with Sparks once again coming from the brake rotor of that machine. Greg Horan completes his second lap with a 17.007. Damien Hudson will have to settle with that 15.716. Good enough for position number 3 at the moment.
Yeah, that 80 car was pretty fast, but it didn't look very settled, Joshy. Obviously riding the brakes going into 1, and then he got spooky in that first lap coming out of 4. Car didn't like those bumps on the bottom, so we're going to have to watch that during the night too.
This is going to be an interesting group. He's your defending Pro Dirt Series champion. He's your defending Red Dirt Rumble champion. The 23 of Smoking Joe Chalmers, and the 15, the man we call Wasinator, Warren Oldfield. The next cars to go around, chasing down a 15.357 set by Matty Robbins. As they come out of turn number 3 and 4, what have they got for the timesheet? A 15.515 for Warren Oldfield, drops him up into position number 3. Smoking Joe straight to the top. A 15.227 for Smoking Joe. Warren Oldfield completes his second lap. He goes to the top. A 15.111 for the multiple-time Pro Dirt Series champion. What has Chalmers got in response? He can't respond. A 15.227 is all he can do. Warren Oldfield now sets a new benchmark with a 15.111 in car number 15.
That was a pretty exciting pair. You could see Joe Chalmers getting up to the fence on the straights a bit more and trying to turn the car left, but he was actually entering the corners a little bit higher, and the 15 was a lot shallower on entry. So Warren's car's really settled at the moment. Joe's still got some work to do.
So it's Warren Oldfield, Joe Chalmers, Matt Robbins, Michael Holmes, Damien Hudson. That's the top 5 for the moment. As we welcome Ben Staunton and the 7 of Sean Cubbage to the racetrack. A 15.111 is the benchmark to beat, set by Warren Oldfield in car number 15. First lap time will come from Sean Cubbage, who's actually pretty well on the pace during hot laps. Shortens across the line, 7th place overall, a 16.276. So it's good enough for position number 7. Sean Cubbage actually looks pretty comfortable, and it's a top 5. A 15.648 for Sean Cubbage, and he looks quite settled at the moment. Shortens will have to settle with a 16.191. What can the 7 car do? Currently sitting in position number 5, and he'll have to stay there with a 15.648.
Sean Cubbage was getting off the gas a lot more early on the straights and just trying to settle that car down. If he can drive that further into the corner and get it to handle, he'll be a lot faster.
Man, he's only 0.2 of a second off Warren Oldfield. It's only 0.116 of a second between Oldfield and Chalmers.
He's got a bit to fight in that car, so that's promising for him. He's a good peddler, but to keep up with Warren Oldfield here, that's outstanding.
It's very tight for that top 5 as we welcome Nathan Richards. The Sport Chassis, number 74 for Carbusters. And the number 95, the young lady of Abby Pickering, already had a starter motor drama in that Barry Wright before the race meeting even got underway. But they're still chasing down a 15.111 set by Warren Oldfield in car number 15. Joe Chalmers, Matt Robbins and Michael Holmes and Sean Cubbage, your top 5. Abby Pickering goes into 8th fastest with a 16.190 for the number 95. Nathan Richards comes across the line. He goes into 10th with a 16.913. So they sit in 8th and 10th respectively, does Pickering and Nathan Richards at the end of their 2 laps. I think they might have done a few extra there, if I'm being 100% honest. But anyway, moving on. Nathan Richards goes into 8th with a 16.174. Abby Pickering goes into 9th with a 16.190.
They might find that the gearing in the 95 is not quite up for it, so they might change another gear, I think, in the pit area when they get back in.
It's going to be an interesting one, making his late model debut here tonight. Another man from right here in Kalgoorlie. He's a former West Australian street stock champion, Jack Barnwell, the all-black number 16 Barry Wright icon. Has the racetrack all to him lonesome, chasing down a 15.111 set by Warren Oldfield, and he is tight as he gets a big push through turn number 3 and 4, and that's going to hurt his time quite significantly. A 16.881 is good enough for position number 11. Looks good through turns number 1 and 2, but he does struggle by the looks of things in 3 and 4. Gets it to rotate a lot better that time.
Nice.
Jack Barnwell comes across the line. His first time in a late model to the top 5, if you don't mind, with a 15.606 for Jack Barnwell. And he is in good company just behind Michael Holmes by 1/10 of a second for his late model debut.
Good was that. That was really exciting to see him come straight out and do that. Let's hope during the heat race it might be a little bit of a different story. But I tell you what, that was a fantastic effort.
Well, Warren Oldfield is your quickest man in qualifying from Joe Chalmers, Matt Robbins, Michael Holmes, and Jack Barnwell scores himself a top 5 qualifying result from Sean Cubbage, Damien Hudson, David Boys, Nathan Richards, Abby Pickering, Ben Shortens, Jeff Bowell, and Greg Horan. The 13 cars that took to the racetrack, with, of course, Jamie Oldfield with crank sensor faults was unable to make qualifying, and that team is now running back into town to try and get some parts to get the 51 car back out onto the racetrack. But one final time, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Warren Oldfield, your quick time here tonight for the Red Dirt Rumble for 2026. From Joe Chalmers, Matt Robbins, Michael Holmes, and Jack Barnwell scores himself a top 5 result in his first 2 laps of a late model in anger. Here is number 1 of our junior sedans. The 4 to go around. 2 top stars of Charlie Scott and Ella Whitehead. Oh, sorry, Mason Whitehead is your 2 top stars, and then Ella Whitehead and Mia Ursig make up your 2 new stars. So just the 4 to go around. We've combined the top stars and the new stars, and it's Charlie Scott and the 011, who last time I was up here was doing the run from the back, and this time it looks like Mason's taking on that challenge. He's the quickest man on the racetrack, 21.277 for the driver, the number 82, as he now chases after your race leader in Charlie Scott, the 011. Scott family, of course, been racing around the state and junior sedans for many, many years. TNC Auto's Mitsubishi Mirage is being quickly rounded in, though. His last time around was a 20.965 for Charlie Scott. Mason Whitehead at 20.834, another new quick lap of the race. So he's about a tenth of a second quicker. Here's the man in second. As the 2 Mirages about to come up on the Mitsubishi Lancer of Mia Ursig. So we've got 2 Mirages, a Lancer, and a Hyundai XL to make up 4 cars in our junior sedans. It looks like Charlie Scott has responded with his own quick lap of the race. A 20.885 is a new personal best for him. And now he sets a new quickest lap of the race overall, a 20.739. So Charlie Scott's now responding to the challenge that he's got coming from behind him with Mason Whitehead, who just can't quite close that fresh air gap between himself and Charlie Scott as they come down past the start finish line. And we'll come up on Ella Whitehead, the number 28 Hyundai XL. Will your race leader? He goes to the outside. Going into turn number 3 and 4, and yeah, he's now really starting to pull away from Mason Whitehead. Set another new quick lap of the race, a 20.719. So the 011 is really starting to come into its own. Mason Whitehead still sitting around those 20.7 second bracket. He is slowly caning him in, but I think it might be too little too late with only a handful of laps to go in this opening heat race of our junior sedans. So the gap stays rather consistent between Scott and Mason Whitehead. Those are your 2 top stars towards the later stage of their junior sedan career. New stars, which include Ella and Mia in their first couple of seasons in Speedway racing. You can start racing junior sedans from the ripe old age of 10 and work your way through to the age of 17, and then it goes without saying, it's a fantastic proving ground where a lot of guys have come up through the junior sedan ranks and gone on to do some fantastic things in the world of senior divisions, or they've been branched off to go do other parts of the sport, which is fantastic. But Charlie Scott is continuing to just run away with this one in the 011. With the white flag coming out from downstairs, there's 1 more to go of the Snapon Kalgoorlie International Speedway to run. For the number 011 of Charlie Scott, it looked like in the early parts of that one that he was going to get reined in by the man in position number 2 of Mason Whitehead, but that's not going to be the case as he negotiates turn number 3 and 4 for the final time. Give heat race number 1 to Charlie Scott. Mason Whitehead, a valiant effort, but he's not going to get there in the end. We'll have to come home for position number 2. First new star to come across the line will be the number 28 of Ella Whitehead, with Mia Ursig in the number 23. Rounding out your 4 cars. That was heat race number 1 run and done for our junior sedans. Coming up next to round out the first round of racing, heat race number 1 of your AMCAs with 3 cars to go around. Coming up after this. Final race of round number 1. Here is number 1 of the AMCAs. The 3 cars to go around. The 48 of Sean Machinelli, Will Browning, and Mitch White. Those are your 3 cars to go around for this opening heat. As Machinelli, who gets the best of the start, the number 48 machine, he will lead quite comfortably down the back straight for the first time. Second place with that being Will Browning, who slots in a second. Lap number 1 goes to Machinelli, a 19.133, and already plenty of fresh air between himself and the number 41 of Will Browning and Mitchell White. Rounding out your 3 cars in car number 93. An 18.571 set by your race leader. So, yeah, he's well and truly leaving him in the dust behind. Next closest is that of Will Browning. A 19.924 was his quickest lap. So, he's a second and a bit quicker than the rest of the cars out there. Runs an 18.667 that time around. And the gap just continues to grow. It's now pretty much to the length of the back straight. Here's the gap between Machinelli and Will Browning in heat race number 1 of the AMCAs. Mitchell White rounds out your 3 cars, and it's really much turned into a hot lap session at this point. They're all at very different points around the racetrack. Quickest lap of the race is set by your race leader at 18.259. He set that one on lap number 4. Back up to the 18.6 second brackets now. As he comes out, we're halfway home. 5 down and 5 remaining. Machinelli in the number 48. A long way clear of Will Browning in the number 41. And there might be a chance that Mitchell White might go a lap down in this affair. With about 4 laps to go, 3 or 4 laps to go. And now he definitely will, as the 93 now pulls to the infield. So going to be left with a field of 2 on 2 completely polar ends of the racetrack. So there's really going to be no competition whatsoever. He is quite literally almost bang on half a lap in front. Here's your race leader in Sean Machinelli from Will Browning. Mitchell White dramas with the 93 car, and he's taking no further part in this one as the white flag is on display. There is 1 to go as he sets a new quick lap of the race to go with it, an 18.019. So he's now really starting to stretch the legs of the number 48. Brings out turn number 3 and 4, and he's going to win this one very comfortably. From Will Browning, he's about half a lap. We'll call that one. But unfortunately, Mitchell White only being able to complete the 6 laps before something in the number 93 car has gone astray. So that's heat race number 1 of the AMCAs done and dusted. That concludes round number 1 of racing as a whole. We'll return back to production, street stocks, and then, of course, round number 1 of heat racing for the Topdrill Red Dirt Rumble for late models. Don't forget, if you've been following us on social media throughout the week, which you should at Kalgoorlie International Speedway, you would have seen the raffle that's been going around, a total prize pool of $29,000. And if you win first prize, you take home $25,000 cash, which is not a bad day at the races at all. You can see on the first page of your racing program, there's a QR code. Get your tickets online, or if you haven't got a program, I'm sure there's a QR code somewhere around the venue that you can go scan, go chat to our lovely team here at Kalgoorlie, and you can go on the chance of winning $25,000, which is something almost unheard of in terms of raffles at the Speedway. Again, for those of you joining in on the live feed, we hope you're enjoying the coverage. Shout out to Dean Shaw, the president here at Kalgoorlie. Currently a couple hours out of Adelaide and was still trying to make his way back here for tonight, but unfortunately that's just not going to happen. But massive shout to Dean and all the work that he does at this racetrack. It's a real credit to you and your team, mate. We hope you're enjoying the coverage from wherever you are around the country. We now move to round number 2, heat race number 2 of the production sedans, and it was a masterclass from Rob Borden in heat race number 1, number 25, Holden Commodore. He now finds himself starting from position number 4 in this one. Tilly Leonard and Tyler Scott share the front row for this one, with Cody Roberts in the 8K, your heat race number 1 winner of Rob Borden on his outside. Tim Ingram and Ryan Aldrich, your 6 cars to go around. Heat race number 2 of the production sedans, getting straight into it this time. We're going to be 3 wide as they come past the judge, with Tyler Scott with the nose in front. Roberts is going to try and throw the big Hail Mary to the door in turn number 1 and 2. And here comes your heat race number 1 winner to try and make it a 3-car scrap down the back straight for the first time. Roberts has the nose in front as he slides into the door card of Scott. He's going to hold strong around the outside, but give it to Roberts on lap number 1. Borden will take advantage and move up into position number 2. Scott's gone back to 3rd. One of them still sounds horrible. I believe that might be the Ingram machine as well, still having dramas, as she's in a battle with Tilly Leonard and Ryan Aldrich at the tail end of this field. It's a 2-horse race out in front, with Roberts and Borden skipping away from Tyler Scott in the number 08 machine. Quickest lap of the race set by Cody Roberts, but he's got company in the form of the Hydrolink Holden Commodore, looking to the inside down the back straight. Roberts gets on the anchors, gives an invitation to Borden, who had a half look going into turn number 3, had to back out of it, but this one's far from over between your top 2. Roberts, Borden skipping away from Scott. The quickest lap of the race goes to Cody Roberts with a 19.458, but you can forget the numbers because the eye test says that Borden is all over him like a rash at the moment. Has another half look to the inside through turn number 3 and 4. Roberts holds it strong on the bottom, but Borden's not going to die wondering. Once again, has a big Hail Mary this time. He gets up to the B pillar of car number 8. Can't quite find the drive on the exit of turn number 2 that he's looking for, as once again Roberts stamps on the anchors, trying to get car number 8 to rotate. He's got Borden glued to his back bumper at the moment. Forget the rest. It's a 2-horse race as Borden has a big dive into turn number 1 and 2. Almost slides up into the left rear corner of car number 8 as we've got a slower car on the top side of the racetrack. That's Aldrich coming to a slow up the top. We stayed green as our leaders negotiate him underneath. Back then to Scott, who I've barely mentioned his name, so too is Ingram Leonard. And there is the drama for the 16K as he comes past the start-finish line of Ryan Aldrich. All out of noise in the number 16, Holden Commodore. But it's all eyes glued to your top 2 as Borden is really starting to throw car number 25 off the end of the back straight. But he's given himself an invoice to pay on the exit. And now there's an air gap between himself and Roberts with only a couple of laps to go in heat race number 2. Roberts now with the most space he's had throughout the entire 10 lap duration. And was there a puff of smoke now coming from the 25 as they come past the start-finish line? Borden is right back on the back bumper of your race leader of Cody Roberts. They've skipped away from Tyler Scott, Tina Ingram and Tilly Leonard, all that remain in this one, with Aldrich all out of noise on the infield. But Borden once again with a big lunge, and there is definitely smoke starting to puff out of the Hydrolink number 25 as the white flag is out. There is 1 to go. Can Roberts hold strong? What has Borden got left in response? As they go down the back straight, there's about a car length in it with smoke still coming out of the Hydrolink Commodore. He's going to have one final sniff in a turn number 3 and 4. It's not going to be enough. Heat race number 2 goes to Cody Roberts, with Borden going up in a big plume of smoke across the line. Tyler Scott will come home in position number 3. Tina Ingram will come home in 4th place. Tilly Leonard will be the last of your finishers. And unfortunately, Rob Borden has exited stage left in a big hurry after going up in smoke in the Hydrolink number 25. He will be scored as a 2nd place finisher. But is it terminal for car number 25? He's had some pretty rotten luck the last few visits I've been here to Kalgoorlie, and he's in a real hurry to get that thing off the racetrack and go to work. But Cody Roberts, 10 laps under immense pressure, and he gets the job done in heat race number 2 of the production sedans. I just want to also just quickly remind everyone who's parked their cars around the venue, please do be mindful with hazards and brake lights and everything else that's going on while the racing is going on. There's been a few cars around the place with flashing ambers. So we please ask that you just watch that as the racing goes on, as it can be a bit of a distraction to our drivers. But that was heat race number 2 of the production sedans. Heat race number 2 of the street stocks go in the reverse direction for the first time tonight. Of course, street stocks, the only Speedway class that is able to run both directions. Hence the name street stock. You can't really do anything to the suspension geometry or anything to try and help them turn left, because you're not necessarily going to be turning left all the time. So our stockies going the reverse direction for heat race number 2 coming up very shortly. Once again, we're going to be wasting no time and going straight into things good and proper with our street stocks. Heat race number 2 going the reverse direction for the first time. And leading him through turns number 1 and 2 for the first time is going to be Laddersley in the number 46. Linton Dickinson quickly up into position number 2 from Roberts. Your heat race number 1 winner of Lennon holds down 4th place at the moment. And went to Pleekers. Ferris has been able to return in the Mitsubishi Magna. And Lockie Smith in the number 79. That rounds out your runners. But it is on at the front of the field between Ricky Laddersley and Lyndon Dickinson. The top 2 skipping away. Further back is Luke Roberts, who has a big dive into turn number 3 and 4. He washes up into the marbles and almost back into the door of Ray Leonard, who now finds himself up in position number 3. Ferris is on the charge as well at number 32, Mitsubishi Magna. The front-wheel drive machine plucking on the bottom side of the racetrack. Then we're back to Pleekers, and rounding out your field is Lockie Smith in the 079. But it's a 2-horse race at the moment between Laddersley and Linton Dickinson, exchanging fastest laps of the race as they go. Leonard up to 3rd, then Ferris, Roberts. Rounding out your top 6 is that of Casey Pleekers in the Ford Falcon. But things settle themselves out. They find their own piece of real estate to work with, and it looks like really no one's making any real major inroads on each other as they go through turn number 3 and 4. Laddersley seems to have it pretty well laid out exactly where he wants to be. From Linton Dickinson, man out of Esperance, a late entrant into tonight's program. The heat race number 1 winner of Ray Leonard, also not really able to mount much of a challenge to your top 2. Ferris rounds out your top 4, and rounding out your top 5 is that of Luke Roberts in the 18Ks. Lockie Smith sounds horrible in the number 79 Ford Falcon as he came past the stripe. We're over halfway home for Ricky Laddersley in the number 46, skipping away from Linton Dickinson in the 100. He might just be ever so slightly falling in the clutches of Ray Leonard in car number 21, but I think he's going to be running out of laps in a real hurry here with the Snapon Kalgoorlie International Speedway. They come on to start lap number 7, or complete lap number 7 of 10 for our heat races. Laddersley continues to show them the way from Dickinson, Leonard, Ben Ferris. Rounds out your top 4. They've skipped away from Luke Roberts and Casey Pleekers in the number 85 machine, with Lockie Smith 1 lap down in car number 79. But the white flag is being prepared to be displayed to your race leader. Ricky Laddersley has led this one from the pole. since the drop of the green. And he's been able to put some breathing room between himself and Linton Dickinson in the last few laps. Leonard is closing in, but he, as I predicted, he's going to be running out of laps. There's only half a lap to go. And it will go to Ricky Laddersline as he comes out of turn number 3 and 4. He will take out heat race number 2 of the straight stocks from Lyndon Dickinson, and Ray Leonard rounds out top 3. Ben Ferris will come home in 4th. Rounding out your top 5, Plekas will get the better of Luke Roberts to come home in 5 and 6. And 1 lap off the pace with a pretty ill-sounding race car will be the number 79 of Lucky Smith, is how they finished heat race number 2 of the street stocks, going the reverse direction for the first time here tonight. But it was another very solid 10 laps put together by Ricky to defend Linton Dickinson, Ray Leonard, Ben Ferris, and Casey Plekas rounds out your top 5 at the conclusion of heat race number 2 for the stockies. And we now turn our attention to the first group of heats for our late models for the 2026 edition of the Topdrill Red Dirt Rumble. We've already seen qualifying, and it was Warren Oldfield who was your quick time man. There was dramas for Jamie Oldfield with a crank sensor fault. He didn't make the call, and it's still going to be interesting to see if he is going to make the call for this first round of heats. Joe Chalmers had dramas, and then he's gone to P number 2 in qualifying. So it's already been action aplenty in the world of our late models, and we're starting to get into heat race action. This is heat race number 1 of the Topdrill Red Dirt Rumble, coming up very shortly. Jason, you know I love throwing you on the spot. especially when you've just walked out onto the racetrack. But obviously, you've been in the pit area, you've been in and amongst it.
Yep.
Between qualifying, what was going on, what were teams were changing, what were they fixing, what was going on?
Yeah, most of it was pretty calm, to be honest, but Smoking Joe Chalmers still underneath the race car, not happy with the front of that, so still doing a lot of changes. He's in the second heat, so that helps him out. But Matt Robbins' father on the 57 car went back into town, got the parts that Jamie Oldfield needed, and Jo will be out in this round of heats, which is a fantastic effort by everyone involved. And that's what we love about Speedway. Everyone helps everyone. When there's a problem, someone jumps in and gets it done.
That's awesome to hear, and yeah, it is awesome. Huge credit to the Robbins Motorsport team for giving Jo the opportunity to come out and have a squirt. This is heat race number 1 for the Topdrill Red Dirt Rumble, the 2026 edition. Starting from the pole, he was your quick time man, driving the Snapon Kalgoorlie Oldfield Sediment Services. Number 15 is that of Warren Oldfield. To his outside, from right here in Kalgoorlie, the Boulder Bullet, the number 57 of Matt Robbins. Another Kalgoorlie man lines up on the inside second row, driving the number 80 Hudson Precision Engineering. Number 80 is that of Damien Hudson. To his outside, driving the Sport Chassis, number 74, Nathan Richards. Ben Stroughton's in the number 76 machine, lines up on the inside third row. To his outside, out of Esperance, driving the number 04, is that of Greg Horan. And making his first ever start in a late model, former street stock champion, driving car number 16, is that of Jack Barnwell. This is heat race number 1, the 2026 edition, the Topdrill Red Dirt Rumble. Warren Oldfield versus Matt Robbins, your front row. We are racing for the first time in the late models. And it's Warren Oldfield who gets the best of the start. Matt Robbins going to try and haul the mail on the outside of the racetrack. Warren Oldfield sees him coming and shuts the door. There's contact further back between Richards and Barnwell, who's already up to position number 5 in car number 16. Lap number 1 goes to Warren Oldfield from Matt Robbins, Damien Hudson. Back then to Stroughton's. Barnwell rounds out your top 5 with Richards and Horan at the tail of the field. Warren Oldfield a 15.342 the first time around, but Matt Robbins is not holding back in car number 57. He's right on the bumper of the multiple-time Pro Dirt Series champion. The Boulder Bullet is going to give it to him on his home turf as he brings it out of turn number 3 and 4. A little bit of a rut just starting to form on the exit of turn number 4, which we'll watch as the night goes on. But the quickest man on the racetrack is car number 57 of Matt Robbins. And he is working the back of Warren Oldfield, who's got his work cut out for him in this opening heat race of the late models. It's now down to half a car length. There might have been contact off the fence with the 57 as he tried to get it down the front straight. Damien Hudson's not too far out of this one as well. He set the new quick lap of the race last time, so third spot's coming into this one. A 15.034 for Damien Hudson makes it a 3-way go for the lead. Warren Oldfield with Matt Robbins still right there with him, and Damien Hudson coming into the picture as Stroughton's is slow here on the front straight. But it is all eyes on your top 2 as Robbins tries to close in on Warren Oldfield to try and draw first blood to Kalgoorlie. Oldfield gives him a half invitation. Down the back straight they go. They're going to come up on the lap traffic. It is Oldfield versus Robbins with Hudson sitting and waiting to pick up the pieces. Back down to half a car length. Robbins throws it over the curb in turns number 1 and 2. Has to get on the anchors, and that's going to cost him some big time to Warren Oldfield, who now has to negotiate Greg Horan. So they come out of turn number 3 and 4. Here comes Matt Robbins again. He's going to try and take advantage of the slow car of Greg Horan. Looks to go 3/4 track high. I think it's a little bit too early to have any sort of drive, but he's right back with him on the exit. This one is far from over with the traffic. What does Robbins do? He looks to the outside. Robbins hits the front with the traffic. They go either way off Greg Horan, and Matt Robbins has hit the front. Takes it from Warren Oldfield with half a lap to go. Through turn number 3 and 4. First blood to Kalgoorlie. Matt Robbins wins a thriller from Warren Oldfield. Third goes to Damien Hudson. Jack Barnwell will come home in position number 4 in car number 16 from Nathan Richards. Greg Horan, the last of your finishers, with Ben Stroughton's unable to complete the distance. But ladies and gentlemen, he is one of your own, and he's just driven around the outside of one of the best to ever do it. Matty Robbins draws first blood in Kalgoorlie in an absolute barnstormer heat race number one.
How good was that, Kalgoorlie? Put your hands together. What a fantastic effort. Unbelievable, Joshy. I was just thinking, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get that done. He hit the fence on the way through as well, a couple of laps prior to that as well, and just didn't slow him up at all.
And we are so tantalisingly close to lap record pace. It's a 14.9 set by Matt Robbins. The lap record is a 14.4, and the night's only just getting started. But ladies and gentlemen, one final time. What a move on the outside. The Boulder Bullet, Matt Robbins, wins heat race number one of the Red Dirt Rumble from Warren Oldfield, Damien Hudson, Jack Barnwell, and Nathan Richards, your top five. Jason, over to you. That was an absolute ripper.
As you can tell, he's smiling like a Cheshire cat. The Boulder Bullet, heat number one winner here at the Red Dirt Rumble. Mate, did you actually think when it came up on lap traffic, I'm going to get a shot at this? Because you got a little bit tight coming out of four a couple of times. You banged the fence, and then that opportunity came where Warren just stayed in the bottom, and you just hosed him on the outside and won.
It's not very often you get a chance like that, so when you get one, you got to make the most of it, eh? Now, like I say, track's really good. It's not very often you get to get a toy like this and get to use everything, and that's all she's got. But now we got no brakes.
No, who needs brakes when you go that fast? Warren got you on the start though, so the critical part of the race straight away is the start. You got to get off them straight away.
I don't know. It's actually pretty racy. We were sort of hanging in there for a bit, just trying to find somewhere he wasn't. But like I say, he's a sneaky, wildy old fella. He knows exactly what he's doing.
The Boulder Bullet is on the pace. Heat number one winner, Joshy. What a fantastic start to the night.
Absolutely. What a way to kickstart the 2026 edition of the Topdrill Red Dirt Rumble. Matty Robbins, he might not have brakes, but I don't think that matters to him right now. He just drove around the outside of one of the best to do it in Warren Oldfield. And Kalgoorlie, you've got one on the board. Matt Robbins gets it done in heat race number one, and what a race it was. We now turn our attention to heat race number two. Your starting drivers in this one, Sean Cubbage in the 7 machine, Michael Holmes in the number 91, Abby Pickering in the 95, David Boys in the 90, Jeff Powell in the 24, and the man who missed qualifying had a crank sensor brought to him by the Robbins team, the Comex Civil, Oldfield Settlement Services number 51 of Jamie Oldfield. And just because this one isn't already stacked, let's throw in your Pro Dirt Series champion and your defending Red Dirt Rumble champion, the Shift Realty number 23, former Australian late model champion in Joe Chalmers. This one promises to be another absolute ripper, with the 23 starting off the pole alongside the taxman Michael Holmes, with Sean Cubbage, David Boys, Abby Pickering, Jeff Powell, and car number 51, the man they call J.O., Jamie Oldfield, having to do it from the back after missing qualifying. Heat race number one was an absolute barnstormer. Chalmers is keeping him waiting for heat race number two, but we are underway with heat race number two of the late models, and it's going to be Smoking Joe who leads him into turn number 1 and 2. Holmes slots in the second, side by side between Cubbage and Boys further back. Keep an eye out for Jamie Oldfield to try and go 3/4 track high around the outside of Abby Pickering as he now moves up into position number 4. He muscles his way past David Boys up in position number 4. So J.O. is on a charge. Here race number 1 goes to Joe Chalmers, who's under immense pressure right now from Michael Holmes. Cubbage holds down third. Jamie Oldfield is fourth. Further back then is David Boys, side by side with Pickering and Powell to conclude your field as Chalmers with a 15.677, skipping away from Michael Holmes. Sean Cubbage is keeping Jamie Oldfield behind him at the moment, holding down third spot. So it's 2 races in 2 between Chalmers, Holmes, Cubbage and Oldfield. They've skipped away from David Boys, Abby Pickering and Jeff Powell in car number 24. Rounds out your field as Chalmers glued to the bottom side of the racetrack. He's not going to give that up for anything. with Michael Holmes in hot pursuit. Cummage is coming back into this one. So too is Jamie Oldfield as Cummage gets a push. That unleashes car number 51. So now he's got a few laps to try and charge in your top two. And he is coming at a good rate of knots. The Scarterfield Smash Repairs number 51 is going to make this a 3-horse race. And he's already on the tail of the taxman Michael Holmes. So it's a 3-way go as they go down the back straight. We're only halfway home. So it's Chalmers from Holmes and Oldfield. They all get unsettled on that bump and through turns number 3 and 4. But Chalmers continues to show the way. Cummage coming back into the fold ever so slightly. But now Michael Holmes is going to be really careful of his good mate Jamie Oldfield right behind him as they come out of turn number 3 and 4. Chalmers by a few car lengths. Battle now for second between Holmes and Oldfield. And that's pretty much where the race is. It's that top three. Chalmers still glued to the bottom. Holmesy right there behind him. Jamie Oldfield just experimenting a little bit higher to try and bring his own race line into it. But he's running out of laps in car number 51, still experimenting with different parts of the racetrack as Cummage finds the concrete in turn number 2. And is he going to be able to get car number 7 off the racetrack? It's hugging the fence, and that's broken big time as the white flags come out. The steering's been caught up. We're still green for the moment with 1 to go with a slower moving Sean Cummage up towards the concrete. So leaders come past him on their final circulation. It is not going to be enough. Joe Chalmers will get there from Michael Holmes just over Jamie Oldfield in third. Back then to David Boys. Abby Pickering will be next across the line. And Jeff Powell will be the last of those finishers with, unfortunately, Sean Cummage. He got that same push that he got a couple of laps earlier, but this time it went way wrong. Found the concrete. I thought maybe it just dug in on the inside, and unfortunately it's continued on. There might be some pretty hefty damage to car number 7, who was having a pretty solid run up until that point. But Joe Chalmers, he's had a far from smooth night to start the night in the shift relay number 23. Still managed to bang a good qualifying time, get himself a pole position start, and he's able to hold off Michael Holmes and Jamie Oldfield for heat race number 2. Heat race win, and he's downstairs with our man, Jason Sutton.
As Joe takes his helmet off, the Topdrill Red Dirt Rumble has heated up here at Kalgoorlie. It might be a little bit cool outside, but I'll tell you what, the action's hot on track. Smoking Joe Chalmers, you haven't had it your own way so far. You hardly got any hot laps. Time trials is a little bit hard because your car wasn't handling, and now you've just come out and the start was critical.
Yeah, no, that's it. I knew if I didn't get Holmes off the line, there would be in a bit of trouble, but something's going on with the rack at the moment. I've got a bad vibration, so I'm just trying to just baby it through at the moment until we figure out what the problem is.
Now, the track's quite technical, off 2 and 4, like starting to ruffle up a little bit, so you hit those bumps and it throws the car out a fair bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, especially with the rack doing what it's doing. It's just starting the car wherever it wants to go, but I mean, I like the cowboy up style, so hopefully we get this thing figured out.
All right, mate, best of luck for the next round of heats. Hopefully Smoking Joe Chalmers can get that sorted. He's your Heat 2 winner at the Topdrill Red Dirt Rumble, and he's the current champion of the Red Dirt Rumble, Joshy, and he is ominous tonight.
Certainly is. Thank you very much, Jason. So your 2 heat race winners that we've had for that opening round of the Topdrill Red Dirt Rumble for 2026 was Matt Robbins with an absolute barnstormer around the outside of Warren Oldfield, and Joe Chalmers with a still unhappy race car. Michael Holmes requiring a push back into the pit paddock, and there's going to be work for him, and Sean Cummage as well. There might be some pretty hefty damage. So, Jason, that might be your homework as you make your way back off the racetrack to go see exactly what's going on with the number 7 machine, as Michael Holmes vacates the racetrack in car number 91. So we'll keep Jason busy running around on his toes, finding out all the inside gospel of what's going on in the world of our late model teams. But that was 2 very entertaining heat races run and done for the opening round of heats for our late models. Of course, they have a reverse grid heat race coming up, which is just going to be even more chaotic when we put the fastest guys to the back. And then the results from that heat race will then determine top 6 shootout to determine a pole sitter for tonight's AMA. And of course, if we remembered back to last year's pole shuffle, that absolute epic we had between Joe Chalmers and Kai Blight. So we've got more of that to look forward to as the night moves on. We should now be awaiting event number 10 on our racing program. Heat race number 2 of our junior sedans. Should not be too far away. They'll be followed by AMCAs to close out round number 2 of action here at Kalgoorlie International Speedway, brought to us by Snapon Tools. Here race number 2 of our junior sedans are underway, and Mason Whitehead's decided that he wants to have a straight-up grudge match with Charlie Scott. Start off the front row, so our 2 top stars in the Mirages skip away through turns number 1 and 2. Our 2 new stars of Ella Whitehead and Mia Ursig are your 4 cars to go around for heat race number 2. Lap number 1 goes to Charlie Scott in the 0.11. A 20.234 opens his account, with Mason Whitehead not going away on the bottom side of the racetrack. Charlie Scott just that little bit ever further up, about half track height, as the 2 Mirages locked in it as they go through turn number 3 and 4 for the second time. And it looks like there might just be advantage to Mason Whitehead as he sets a new quick lap of the race at 20.152 as he chases down your race leader and heat race number 1 winner of Charlie Scott. Has a look in at turn number 3 and 4. It's about half a car length between the 2 of them. They come out of turn number 3, and Whitehead just seems to have the exit so much better as he sets another quick lap of the race at 20.085, and he has a look this time going into turn number 1. So he shows the nose on the inside of Charlie Scott, and he's right there with him. He's going to have a big dive into turn number 3 and 4. Is this the change of the lead we've been looking for? He's going to muscle Charlie out into the marbles. They'll be side by side, and Whitehead takes the lead. So Mason Whitehead leads lap number 4 with a 20.085. Charlie Scott now finds himself doing the chasing towards the second half of heat race number 2. They're going to come up on Mia Ursig and Ella Whitehead in the next couple of laps as these 2 continue to exchange blows. Charlie Scott now is right back on the bumper and has a dive to the inside as they go into turn number 1 and 2. So they'll be side by side again for the race lead, with Whitehead now on the outside. Scott trying to get the drive on the bottom. But once again, the exit for the 82 seems to be far superior than the 0.11 as they come into turn number 3 and into the lap traffic. They're going to have to zig and zag their way around Mia Ursig in the number 23 machine. Whitehead, that's Mason, still holds the advantage. They go around Ella Whitehead. And now it's out to about a car length or 2 between himself and Charlie Scott as they go down the back straight and into turn number 3 and 4. Scott now finds himself doing the chasing once again. He's now trying pretty much the Mason Whitehead line of trying to be nice and straight on the exit of turn number 4 to try and bring that gap back in. But Whitehead continuing to set personal best laps and quickest laps of the race. Still a 20.085 that he set on lap number 3. But here comes Scott again, has a look to the inside. Whitehead opens the door, gives him an invitation. And Scott throws a big one. Carries the left rear tyre through turns number 1 and 2. They're side by side, but once again, that outside drive is the place to be for Mason Whitehead. As the white flag comes out, this one's going to be far from over. We might have a grandstand finish coming up here in heat race number 2 of the junior sedans. Half a car length in it as they come past the judge and the white flag, as there might be another invitation from Whitehead as Scott almost draws level down the back straight for the final time. Is there going to be one final Hail Mary? Whitehead sees it, tries to shut the door, and that might just seal the deal for Mason Whitehead. Drag race to the line, not going to be enough for Charlie Scott. Mason Whitehead gets the job done from Charlie Scott, who set the quickest lap of the race that last time around. So he was really throwing the kitchen sink at car number 82, but unfortunately just fell a little bit short at the completion of the 10 laps. Ella Whitehead and Mia Ursic continue to do their great things in the New Star ranks. But it was a great race between these two Mitsubishi Mirages of Charlie Scott and Mason Whitehead. And Mason now ties things up at 1 apiece in terms of heat race wins going into round number 3. One more race to come for round number 2 of our racing program. Heat race number 2 of the AMCAs, not too far away. Heat race number 2 of the AMCAs. Good to see we're back to a field of 3 after dramas for Mitchell White. Took him out of contention earlier on in heat race number 1. But it's business as usual as Mascicelli hits the front in car number 48, this time starting on the outside of the 41 of Will Browning. But lap number 1 will go the way of car number 48. Will Browning slots back in a second. Then it's pretty much rinse and repeat from heat race number 1 with Mitchell White rounding out your 3 cars as they come out of turn number 3 and 4. The 48 machine continues to put plenty of real estate between himself and Will Browning in 17.972. New quick lap of the race going to Sean that last time around. So they're in the high 17s as we got one around further back. That's Mitchell White in the number 93 car. It looks like he's been able to keep that one mobile. We will stay in green, albeit he's going to be a long way down. He's actually going to be in the gun sight of your race leader as he comes down the back straight. Now down into the 17, still that 17.9, high, low 18s, I should say, is the lap range. Make it 17.843, the new quick lap of the race, going to your race leader. So 17.8, 17.9 seems to be the story of the day for the AMCAs. Only the 3 of them to go round as Mitchell White has a big moment on the exit of turn number 4, clouts the concrete, and he's going to come to a stop here on the front straight. And we have our first yellow of the night coming at the hands of Mitchell White, who had a big moment coming out of turn number 4, found the concrete wall, and then it went up and down, and it's come to rest here on the front straight. So we're on the yellow. He's trying to get the number 93 car mobile. He's got the assistance of the crash crew ready to jump into action. But he's going to limp that thing away from the concrete wall. And I think that front end geometry is a little bit second hand on the number 93, and he'll score himself a second DNF for the night. So far from ideal start for Mitchell White, and that just leaves us once again with a field of 2, not quite halfway home in heat race number 2 of the AMCAs, which we should be good to go this time around. Right on cue, the yellow lights around the venue start to flash. So Will Browning want to try and take advantage of this one. He gets as close as he possibly can to the number 48 machine in front of him as they come out of turn number 3 and 4. The 2 cars to still remain. Back to racing in heat race number 2 of the AMCAs. Mascicelli has said, yep, cool, thanks, see ya. And by the time he's moved out of turn number 2, he's already got, I'd say, probably 10 car links on him as he comes out of turn number 3 and 4. He won heat race number 1 by half a lap. I don't think it's going to be quite that big this time around, but he's going to give it a red hot go. 18.354 that last time around. So he is slowly chomping into the lap times as he gets more and more comfortable as I speak. A bit of a moment for him as he comes out of turn number 4. Will Browning can really do nothing but watch that number 48 machine skip off into the sunset. And it's turn number 3 and 4 to complete lap number 6. Well, lap number 7, so this has now been dropped down to a 8-lap affair. As the check flag's coming out, so we've dropped him down from 10 to 8 laps. But the same result. Sean Mascinelli wins it quite comfortably from Will Browning in the number 41. And Mitchell White, unfortunately, finding some dramas in the concrete wall. And he'll be a non-finisher once again in heat race number 2 of the AMCAs. That will move us to interval break. And, of course, every time there's a white van at a speedway track, that usually means there's fireworks, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So the pits are open. Well, they will be open. So you're more than welcome to head on down at our officials' discretion to head on down into the pit area. But we're going to clear infield here at the venue. The track lights will go off. And then I've just been handed a walkie-talkie, courtesy of the track team here at Kalgoorlie. And I'll receive a countdown on when we can set these things off, because who doesn't love a bit of fireworks? I love doing this bit. This is my favourite part of the job. We'll take a break. I'll be back to count you down for the fireworks display for the Red Dirt Rumble for 2026. Right, well, this is my favourite part of doing things like this. I get to count down for the fireworks display, but if you want to help me out, I'm not going to say no to that. So we'll go down from 10 to launch these fireworks for the Red Dirt Rumble for 2026. From 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. who doesn't love a fireworks display? And that was probably one of the best I've seen at a racetrack in quite some time. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in our interval break. The pits are open, so please do head on down. Plenty of late model teams have got plenty of stickers and things to give away. When we return, it is the third and final round of heat racing. That will be followed by the top 6 shootout for our late models, and then the all-important AMA. And still plenty more to come from the Snapon Kalgoorlie International Speedway. We are back for heat race number 3 for our productions, and it's a depleted old field. Only the 4 to go around. Cody Roberts, Tina Ingram, Tyler Scott, and Tilly Leonard. Those are your 4 as we are underway. Third and final round of heat racing here at Kalgoorlie. And Tyler Scott looked like he was a man on a charge as he dove it in the turn number 1 and 2 for the first time. It will be Cody Roberts who will lead him through. Unfortunately, Rob Borden, who won his opening heat race earlier on this tonight, ran second with that smoke coming across the start-finish line. Clearly proven terminal, and he's not made the call for this one. Leaves us with a field of 4 being headed by Cody Roberts, Tyler Scott, Tina Ingram, and Tilly Leonard. Your 4 proddies left to duke out this one for 10 laps around the Snapon Kalgoorlie International Speedway. And Roberts continues to skip away. The race at the moment is between Tyler Scott and Tina Ingram in second and third spot. Tina gets a little bit untidy on the exit of turn number 2, and that's going to drop her into the clutches of Tilly Leonard in car number 10. Cody Roberts continues to show the way. Sets a new quick lap of the race at 19.316 for your race leader. He's out by pretty much a quarter of the length of the back straight over Tyler Scott. Tina Ingram still in a battle of her own with Tilly Leonard. The 2 Commodores battling it out for 3rd and 4th, and Ingram's car still sounding like a Massey Ferguson. And she continues to move her way around. But there is no challenging Cody Roberts, who is continuing to bring that lap time down, and 19.224 is his new fastest lap of the race that he set time before last. Real battle on the racetrack we got at the moment is between Tina Ingram and Tilly Leonard in the battle for 3rd and 4th as Tina gets unsettled over the bumps, and Tilly in car number 10 is going to try and look to the outside as they go through turn number 3 and 4. Just going to have a sniff as once again Ingram gets all out of shape on the exit of turn number 4. But your top 2 are well and truly clear. Cody Roberts and Tyler Scott. Only a handful of laps to go in this 3rd and final qualifying heat for our production sedans. Cody Roberts is well and truly home and hosed. The battle still rages on further back for 3rd and 4th place between Ingram and Leonard. Should be 2 to go this time around for Cody Roberts, Tyler Scott in no man's land, and then the battle between the Commodores, the lady races of Ingram and Leonard, who just can't quite find a way past Tina Ingram no matter what she tries. In car number 10, young Tilly has to sit there and stare at the back bumper of Tina Ingram as there's one more time around for Cody Roberts. The number 8K machine leading quite comfortably from Tyler Scott as Tilly Leonard might have just overcooked herself on the exit of turn number 4. But it will be Cody Roberts who takes a comfortable victory in heat race number 3 from Tyler Scott. Back then to Tina Ingram in car number 33. Does hold off Tilly Leonard, who had a slight mishap on the exit of turn number 4 in that last time around. That was unfortunately deal said and done for Tina Ingram to be able to hold on to 3rd. But Cody Roberts, a 19.220 set on lap number 6, the quickest lap of the race. Comfortable victory over Tyler Scott, Tina Ingram, and Tilly Leonard, your 4 production sedans to go the distance in heat race number 3, 3rd and final qualifying heat for the street stocks to come, followed by the reverse grid races, heat races 3 and 4 for our late models for the Topdrill Red Dirt Rumble for 2026. Top Stars, or Junior Sedans, AMCAs, and then Top 6 Shootout, which we're all very much looking forward to. Before we jump into our feature races to round out the program, heat race number 3 of the street stocks, not too far away. Here's number 3 for Street Stocks. Set to go. It's going to be Ray Leonard and Lyndon Dickinson to share the front row. We're underway. Leonard gets the best of the start. Dickinson slots into second. Ladderslow had a heat race win in round number 2, slots into third. Pleaker sits there in 4th spot. Then we're back to Ferris, Roberts, and Smith. That's your field as they come past lap number 1. Goes to Ray Leonard. Had a heat race win early on tonight. Backed that up with a 3rd place in round number 2. Now finds himself leading the charge of the 3 Commodores before we hit the Falcon, the Magna. Roberts in the Commodore gets a little bit out of shape, the 18K machine. And Lockie Smith rounds him out in the number 79 Ford Falcon. But Ray Leonard is now really starting to push that margin out from Dickinson. Ladderslow slots there in 3rd. The battle is on for 4th, 5th, and 6th. We'll call that a 3-car go. Pleakers, Ferris, and Roberts. As Ferris throws the Magna to the inside. The front-wheel drive Mitsubishi will muscle the Ford Falcon out of the way. Ferris now finds himself up into position number 4. Casey back to 5th with Roberts not too far out of that one as well. Casey's having a real handful at the moment, trying to keep the number 85 on the straight and narrow. Rounding him out is Lockie Smith in the number 79. But it is once again all Ray Leonard, the X7 Wakefield Holden Commodore out in front. Dickinson, Ladderslow. Back then to Ben Ferris, who's actually probably one of the quickest cars on the racetrack at the moment in the 19.8s. So keep an eye out for car number 32 for a bit of a late race charge. He's already skipped away from the 2 cars behind him, and he's got his eyes set on the number 46 Holden Commodore as they come out of turn number 3 and 4. Give another one to Leonard. Dickinson. Once again, they all find their own piece of real estate to work with as they come to the dying stages of this 3rd and final 10-lap heat for our Street Stocks. Leonard looking to go 2 from 3 in tonight's heat race competition. Dickinson skipping away from Ladderslow, skipping away from Ferris, so that charge was short-lived in the Mitsubishi Magna in the car number 32. A couple of laps to go this time around for the number 21 machine of Ray Leonard. Dickinson, Ladderslow, that's probably the closest battle we got on the racetrack right now. The 46 machine has taken a bit of a bite out of that margin the last couple of laps, trying to tow the Mitsubishi Magna along with him in the battle for what is 2nd, 3rd, and 4th spot. The 2 Commodores and the Mitsubishi. White flag is out though. There is 1 to go for your race leader, who's jumped the cushion over there in turn number 1 and 2. So what we thought might have been an easy victory has now got Lyndon Dickinson very interested off the end of the back straight for the final time. I think he might do just enough to save it, but that's probably a bit closer than what he would have wanted for Ray Leonard. He was looking quite comfortable, and then he was up in the weeds going through turn number 1 and 2 for the final time. Still gets the job done over Lyndon Dickinson. Ladderslow will come home in position number 3 from Ben Ferris, Casey Plegas, and Luke Roberts, with Lockie Smith rounding out your runners in heat race number 3 of the Street Stocks. But yeah, a bit of a moment for Ray Leonard on the final circulation. He looked very comfortable, and then something caught him off guard. He ended up over the cushion into the marbles, and for a brief moment, Lyndon Dickinson, the man out of Esperance, probably thought he was in with a chance of a heat race win, but it wasn't to be. Ray Leonard scores himself his 2nd heat race win of the night. And you have to imagine he'll be a high points man going into the feature races to come later on tonight. Well, we now turn our attention to events number 14 and 15. Heat races 3 and 4 for the Topdrill Red Dirt Rumble for 2026. My man Jason Sutton's made his way back onto the infield. Jason, there was a fair bit going on in the pit paddock area for the late models throughout the course of the fireworks and the intermission break. Matt Robbins, of course, scored that awesome heat race win, but he rubbed a hole through his brake caliper. So he's now put the right front, which is a tiny little thing, onto the left rear of the 57 car, just so he has some sort of brakes. But there's action up and down the paddock, and these reverse grid races are going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, they will, Joshy. And I think a few guys are just scratching their head a little bit on how they can improve the car and the balance of the car to get out these heat races and go forward on this racetrack. So Michael Holmes actually done a clutch, so he'll be push started for the rest of the night. He said, no big drama, it's just a clutch, we'll be right. Damien Hudson, the Hudson Hornet in the 80 car, did a bit of deck damage in that last heat race, so they'll just fixing that up. And yeah, just a few bits and pieces, but nothing major. But Sean Curbage probably won't make it out for this heat, unfortunately, in the 7. Major front damage for him in the rack area and stuff. So he said to me as I walked past, he said, yeah, no, I don't think we'll make it, mate, for this next round of heats. So unfortunately, we probably won't see him. But I tell you what, if we look at those first round of heats where the cars could run, now the track's probably still really, really too moist for what we normally would have it here. But with those changes that are made in the pit area, you might see a couple of guys be able to run the outside a little bit more.
They sort of almost have to, though, I reckon, Jace, with these reverse grid races. Obviously, you need to make ground to be able to lock yourself into the top 6 shootout that we got coming on. So, yeah, the track's probably a little bit too heavy at this moment to be running up the top, but we see guys like J.O., Joe Chalmers, and obviously like guys like Kai Blight, they actually sort of make their own line up there. They sort of try it for a few laps, just try and blow some of that stuff off, and then eventually you'll see them come good come feature time. I reckon that's probably what we're going to see. But it will be interesting to see how we go for this first reverse grid race that we got. We got the 4 cars circulating at the moment. David Boys, Ben Strawton's, Damien Hudson, as Sutto mentioned, a bit of deck repairs for the 80. Warren Oldfield, Michael Holmes with minus a clutch in the MHR Longhorn. But it'll be very interesting to see, Jace. Obviously, you got a better view than what I have up here of the track conditions, but I was speaking to a couple drivers and they were saying, yeah, it's probably a bit of bottom dominant at the moment because the top's just that little bit too heavy, but I reckon come feature race time, they're confident they can blow it off a little bit more.
Yeah, I think you're right, Joshy. The top will stick. There's a lot of, it's just not just moisture, it's actually a fair bit of bite in the racetrack. So it's just trying to break the car a little bit free and then hook it up in the right places. To go deep into turn 1 or 3, you're going to have a set of, well, let's say kahunas down there like Matt Robbins did in that first round 8s.
It's going to be a very interesting one. Of course, reverse grid races, we love them for a reason. We send the quickest cars to the back, so keep an eye for Warren Oldfield, who's going to have to try and claw his way through what is a pretty stacked field in front of him. If you look at the front row, David Boys, Ben Shortens, guys who have done plenty of laps around Kalgoorlie over the years. Michael Holmes and Damien Hudson make up row number 2. And of course, coming from the back, driving the number 15, is that of Warren Oldfield. This is heat race number 3 for the 2026 edition of the Red Dirt Rumble here at Kalgoorlie. David Boys and Ben Shortens to get us underway in the reverse grid races. Boys gets the best of the start. Damien Hudson, a big push. That's an easy one for Warren Oldfield as they run down the back straight for the first time. David Boys leads. Michael Holmes slots into second. Strawton's under immediate attack from Warren Oldfield as they come out of turn number 3 and 4 to complete lap number 1. Warren Oldfield already up to position number 3. They're all chasing down David Boys at the moment. From Michael Holmes, Warren Oldfield, those top 3 have skipped away. Damien Hudson looks very unhappy at the moment as theirs was trying the top side of the racetrack. That's what I was talking about. He's going to have to experiment something to try and work his way forward. He may have just found something to work with as he tries to rage up on the outside of Michael Holmes. Here comes the 15. Has he gone a little bit too high and wide into the weeds? He has. Michael Holmes will take back second, but Wazza was not going to die wondering as he tried a big outside swoop. They're still bottlenecked behind the 90 of David Boys with Michael Holmes. Warren Oldfield skipping away from Strawton's, and Damien Hudson, as once again was not shying away from trying the top side of the racetrack. to three-way goers. Wasn't Oldfield once again to the outside of Michael Holmes. Tries to switch back, gets a little bit of traction, but nowhere to go. Has to hit the anchors as he tries the outside swoop once again. Holmesy heats it on the bottom. This time Warren's got some traction. Warren Oldfield up to second. Tries the same move on the outside of David Boyes, who gets a push. Warren Oldfield has to hit the skids. Holmesy back up into P number 2. This is an absolute ripper heat race number 3 between Boise, Holmes, and here comes Warren Oldfield again. Side by side for second and third, with Warren Oldfield still once again 3-quarter track high. They're almost 3 wide as Warren Oldfield's hit the front as they go into turn number 3 and 4. The 3-quarter track high has perked off. And Warren Oldfield now finds himself from the back of the bus to leading heat race number 3. David Boyes just had a slight push. He's back to second. Michael Holmes is third. Damien Hudson's clawed back to fourth. But it is Warren Oldfield now who's running away with this one. In car number 15, Boyes second. Holmesy now is trying to find the same piece of dirt that Warren Oldfield was running. There's still a battle for second, third and fourth as the white flag comes out from downstairs. 1-1 from Warren Oldfield, but how about the battle for second, third and fourth between David Boyes, Michael Holmes and Damien Hudson as they move down the back straight for the final time. But what a drive from this man, from the back of the bus to P number 1. Warren Oldfield wins heat race number 3. David Boyes comes home second. Michael Holmes will be third. Damien Hudson comes home in fourth. Ben Schwans rounds out your field in another action-packed heat race number 3. That is why we love reverse grid racing. Ladies and gentlemen, from the back of the bus, Warren Oldfield gets heat race number 3. Jason, that's exactly what I was talking about. He needs to find his own piece of dirt and try and make it work. He tried for a few laps. It struggled for the first few, but it paid off for Warren Oldfield.
Well, Kalgoorlie, you've just seen a masterclass. What a superstar this guy is. He's not a 7 times Pro Dirt Series champion for nothing. State champion, I tell you what, over multiple times. Warren Oldfield just gave an A55 kick into the rest of the field. I saw you playing with the shocks a little bit. Obviously you found something.
Yeah, we've been struggling with the car a bit the last week or two. It was good. We finally feel like we've got a car again. So, yeah, fantastic. It was awesome racing with Holmesy and Boise there. Boise got a little bit tight one go and I had to roll out of the gas. But, yeah, it's good to race with them. They left me a bit of room, so I appreciate it. Thanks to everyone that's come out and supported the event. I had a Chantel and Jack at home. And, yeah, let's hope we can put on a show for the feature for everyone. And thanks to Snapon Tools, Kalgoorlie and Scarterfield Smash, Oldfield Settlements, Comex Civil, everyone that's helped. It's been a big few weeks and can't wait to be home tomorrow.
It has been a big few weeks for you, Woz. How committed were you? You have to go so hard to get on the outside. I saw you try it like 3 or 4 times, 3 or 4 laps, but the mid-corner was the key to getting that done.
Yeah, for sure. Just trying to make the straights as long as I can and carry a bit of speed. But I felt a lot better in turn 1 and 2 than I did in 3 and 4. I kept shoving off of 4, so I just knew I had to do it at the other end, and yeah, it paid off.
Awesome job. How good was that, Kalgoorlie? Put your hands together for car number 15. Warren Oldfield, the Wasinator, does it in heat number 3.
I think there have been no more scarier words than when Warren Oldfield turns around and say, "It feels like I've got a car again." I think that means he's coming for war and he's going to be on it. So he's going to be one to watch. But how about this for a heat race? Greg Horan and Jamie Oldfield, the front row. Nathan Richards and Abby Pickering, row 2. Off the back, Matt Robbins, who blew the doors off Warren in the first heat, let's be brutally honest, and Joe Chalmers. This one's going to be an absolute ripper, I have a feeling.
I think the 2 on the back row are going to have a full steam ahead when they see that 51 sitting there on the outside of the front row. No offence to Greg Horan, but we'd have to say that Jamie's going to have an advantage, more than likely, in power and ability. And I can tell you what, the 23 and the 57 off the back are going to be fantastic to watch.
Well, Warren proved it. You just need to go searching, and there's something there. What has this one got installed for us? Greg Horan and Jamie Oldfield share the front row. Heat race number 4, the final qualifying heat is underway. Oldfield, no surprise, straight to an early lead. There's a bit of a check-up further back for Robbins and Joe Chalmers. So it's going to be comfortably Jamie Oldfield out in front. Matt Robbins, three-quarter track high as he works to the outside of Nathan Richards as he tries to make a charge up through the pack. He's already up to position number 4. Joe Chalmers unable to really make any inroads as Greg Horan gets a push. Matty Robbins from P4 to P2, if you don't mind, as he storms around Abby Pickering. That 57, he said it's an absolute rocket ship so far tonight, but he's got a big challenge to try and chase up your race leader. Car number 51 of Jamie Oldfield leads. Matt Robbins second, back then to Pickering. Joe Chalmers is fourth. He's also three-quarter track high, trying to find something to work with in car number 23. Then we're back to Richards and Greg Horan rounds out your field, but it is all Jamie Oldfield out in front. A 14.272. It's the quickest lap of the race set by your race leader. Back then to Robbins. Pickering's next with Joe Chalmers. That's the battle for third and fourth spot, with Chalmers just unfortunately not being able to quite find anything to get past Abby Pickering as he carries the left front tyre into turn number 3 and 4, and he's jumped the cushion going into turn number 3, so that's going to cost him on the exit. But it is all Jamie Oldfield as he puts Greg Horan one lap down in car number 51. He is in a different postcode at the moment. The Comex Civil, Oldfield Settlement Services number 51 is your current Queensland late model champion. He won that last weekend at Gladstone on his return trek home. And he is stamping heat race number 4 with authority here in Kalgoorlie. Robbins still second. Then we're back to Abby Pickering, still holding back Joe Chalmers. Nathan Richards is going to be the next one to be put one lap down by your race leader, car number 51 of J.O. He's the length of the front straight, maybe a little bit more. Back to Matt Robbins as he negotiates Richards on the back straight. White flag comes out. There is one to go for the man we call J.O. Robbins still second. Pickering holding down third for Joe Chalmers. But this has been an absolute masterclass. It is the Oldfield double in heat race number 4. J.O. wins heat race number 4. Robbins comes home in second. A stellar drive for car number 57 to secure his spot into the top 6. Abby Pickering will come home in position number 3 from Joe Chalmers. Nathan Richards will be next across the line, and the last to complete the distance will be car number 4 of Greg Horan. But round number 2, the final 2 qualifying heats of the late models belong to the Oldfields, with Jamie Oldfield adding his name to the winners list. And it's a new track record to go with it for J.O. A 14.272 knocks off Kai Blight's 14.48 record. So he's got a heat race win. He's the Queensland champion. And he's now a Kalgoorlie lap record holder, and he's with Jason Sutton.
Well, the 51 is absolutely on fire. Jamie Oldfield, new track record here, just knocked off Kai Blight. Kalgoorlie, your car looks really balanced, mate. You must be happy with that.
Yeah, my car's really good. Obviously, it was good to start off front then, and I think I actually cracked the throttle twice only then. The rest of the time, the engine didn't get a chance to breathe. So, car's good. Track's really fast. Hopefully it widens out a little bit for the feature, but we'll see how we go. But just got to take this opportunity to say a massive thanks to the Robbins family. We busted a sensor earlier and didn't think we were going to be able to race, and then they actually sent someone home to grab a sensor for me and keep us going for the night. So cheers to that team.
Well, he's probably not saying cheers in the cab at the moment because you just beat him, but that's how we do rocket in late model racing. Jamie, you've been all around the countryside at the moment. You've done a lot of laps and a lot of sightseeing and bits and pieces, mate. But you're happy to sort of be home?
Oh, look, yeah, I'm well overdue to be in my own bed, that's for sure. And last night we were sort of 50-50 whether we're going to just keep going home or stop here. So kind of glad we stopped here, and we'll see what we can do for the feature, and hopefully it pays off.
Good job, mate. We're glad you stopped into the Red Dirt Rumble as well. Put your hands together for car number 51, Heat 4 winner, Jamie Oldfield.
Jace, just before you take off from the infield, obviously we got the top 6 shootout coming up, which is just going to be absolutely jam-packed. Just your opinions, your thoughts on who's who in the zoo when it comes to the guys we need to look out for come that top 6 shootout.
Yeah, well, obviously the 2 Oldfield brothers are going to be hard to beat. But Smoke and Joe Chalmers, even though he hasn't had it all his own way, he's the Red Dirt Rumble champion, and he will come, like no doubt about it. Michael Holmes is still in there with a great shot. He said to me in the pit area earlier, the younger Holmesy would have taken cars on the outside, but the more business-like Holmesy just wants to bring the car in one piece. So I think it's the person that's, going to do a bit of both. Bit of smart racing, good through traffic, quick where it counts, and read the track as much as possible. They'll go in there now and they'll have a look. This pole shootout coming out, it's going to be an absolute ripper if we had anything to do with last year's, Joshy, and I can't wait to see this one happen again.
It's going to be fantastic. We don't have to wait very long either. There's only the junior sedans and then the AMCAs, and then we're expecting our top 6 back out. So they haven't got a great deal of time to turn things around, but we are very much looking forward to the top 6 shootout for the Topdrill Red Dirt Rumble for 2026. We now turn our attention to the stars of tomorrow, their third and final qualifying heat for the night. They are one apiece between Charlie Scott and Mason Whitehead. We've got Ella Whitehead and Mia Ersick, your 4 cars to go around as we are underway for the third and final qualifying heat of our junior sedans, and they were pretty keen to get off the mark with Mason Whitehead taking the early advantage through turn number 1 and 2. Charlie Scott looked like for a moment he was going to try and get the switch back on the exit of turn number 2. Tries the same tactic as he tries to poke the nose up the inside on the exit of turn number 3. Give lap number 1 to Mason Whitehead. Only just, though, over Charlie Scott, who's once again having a peek to the inside as they move their way out of turn number 2 and down to the back straight. Ella Whitehead and Mia Ersick, your 2 new stars going around. But again, it's battles as normal for the top end of the top stars. Mason Whitehead has it. Charlie Scott wants it. As he once again, the attitude of car number 011 as he tries to point the nose of the front wheel drive Mitsubishi Mirage down on the exit of the corner to try and drive him out. Mason Whitehead is leaving the door open for him as he pushes a little bit wide coming out of turn number 4. This time they draw level. And I think Charlie Scott's just got the nose in front. He does lead the lap. He slides up in front of the nose. There's a little bit of Morse code going on between himself and Mason as they move down the back straight. But Whitehead is not going to die wondering. He does the old switcheroo, and he's going to try now dive to the inside. Muscle Charlie Scott onto those same marbles that caught him out this time around. They're side by side once again. Charlie Scott still just with the transponder in front. This time it's Whitehead who slides up in front of the nose. Scott sees him coming, tries to dive it down the racetrack. Whitehead now retakes the lead. Charlie Scott's going to dive it in again into turn number 3 and 4. They're going to be side by side across the stripe for the 3rd lap in a row. Charlie Scott back out in front. They're still side by side as they go into turn number 1 and 2. This time Scott holds the pole line. Mason Whitehead's going to wind up the number 82 and drive right back around the outside as Scott once again throws it back to the inside. They're side by side once again as they come out of turn number 4. Whitehead just down in front on the outside. Scott back there on the inside as they go side by side again through turns number 1 and 2. They're going to have to zig and zag their way around Mia Ersick, and that's going to give the advantage to Mason Whitehead, who finally has a car length or so over Charlie Scott as they come out of turn number 3 and 4. Ella Whitehead's the next to go 1 lap down by your top stars. As it's far from over, it's only half a car length in as once again, Whitehead up into the marbles on the exit of turn number 2. And here comes the 011. Once again, dives to the inside. This has been one of the races of the night so far from our junior sedans as they come out of turn number 3 and 4. It is still just Whitehead just from Charlie Scott, who throws it in at turn number 1 and 2. He's getting pretty desperate now as they come out of turn number 2. Once again, the momentum will help Mason Whitehead. The 82 still out in front. Scott's going to throw it in again. They've been side by side for a full lap. They all get a little bit untidy as they come out past the start-finish line. The white flag is out. There is nothing between them as they go into 1 and 2 for the final time. Scott with the nose in front. Whitehead back around the outside. They're still side by side as they dive into 3 for the final time. Who's going to have it? Whitehead goes super deep. Scott to the inside. Drag race to the line. Only just give it to Charlie Scott. Mason Whitehead by the barest of margin misses out. Whitehead will come home. Ella Whitehead, the first of your new stars with Mia Ersick. But that was one of the heat races of the night, and it goes to our junior sedans. They were side by side for about 4 or 5 laps. And by the barest of margins, Charlie Scott gets the win over Mason Whitehead in a junior sedan thriller. Heat race number 3.
Great call, Joshy. Fantastic call, mate. Did well. How good are the kids getting around here? Unbelievable.
Like I said, that is one of the, across all divisions, that is probably one of the heat races of the night. I'm putting that well up there with the Matt Robbins, Warren Oldfield pass. Full credit to Scott and Whitehead. They did not touch. They gave each other plenty of racing room. But it's going to be Charlie Scott who's going to have bragging rights going into that one. I'm going to take a breather. When we return, it's going to be the final heat race of the night. Heat race number 3 of the AMCAs coming up shortly. Here's number 3 for the AMCAs is underway. Good to see Mitchell White has once again made the repairs to the number 93, and he's able to join Sean Machinelli and Will Browning for this 3rd and final heat race. Hopefully we can have all 3 come across the start-finish line at the completion of this one. Lap number 1 goes the way of the man who's pretty much been dominating so far tonight, the man behind the wheel of the number 48, Sean Mamzini. The 41 of Will Browning and Mitchell White concludes your 3-car field. Continues to set the benchmark when it comes to the fastest lap of the race, an 18.133 for the race leader, the driver of car number 48. Will Browning still holding down second, the number 41 entry. And Mitchell White continues to rotate in car number 93, so we still have all 3 cars rotating at the moment. Last race got cut down from 10 to 8 laps. Still waiting to see exactly what we're doing with this one. Still showing on the timing screens that it's doing the 10-lap affair as they once again find their own piece of racetrack to play with. And it's turned into another pretty much a hot lap session for this 3rd and final heat of our AMCAs. To follow is, of course, the top 6 shootout for our late models, which we're very much looking forward to set the grid for the Topdrill Red Dirt Rumble, which will conclude tonight's proceedings. But it's all the number 48 machine, as it has been all night tonight so far. He's going to come up on Mitchell White in these last few circulations of the Snapon Kalgoorlie International Speedway. 18.085, the new quick lap of the race set that last time around by Mashucelli as he comes up on Mitchell White in car number 93. We'll have to zig and zag his way past as he comes past the start-finish line. So a couple laps to go. Looks like we are going to be doing the full 10-lap affair for this one as your race leader. He's trying to put Mitchell White one lap down on the exit of turn number 2. He does so. And now finds nothing but clean racetrack ahead of him as he comes past the white flag. Complete lap number 9. So one final time around for Mashucelli as he brings it through turn number 3 and 4. And it's basically Control C, Control V. Exact same result in heat race number 3. Mashucelli wins it quite comfortably from Will Browning in the 41. And Mitchell White in the 93 will get his first finish of the night after 2 DNFs and what's been a pretty horror run for Mitch. He finally gets to see the checkered flag at the conclusion of the third and final heat race of not only the AMCAs, but our final heat race of the night here at Kalgoorlie for the Red Dirt Rumble. As I mentioned, it's a very quick turnaround time for our late model teams with the top 6 shootout, so I wouldn't be at all surprised if there's just a little bit of a hold-up in proceedings just to allow our late models a little bit of time to make some adjustments and turn the cars around. So for those who aren't familiar with a top 6, or a pole shuffle that goes through by a few names, pole shuffle, pole shootout, which we're calling it tonight, all sorts of things. It's basically a 2-lap dash where 6th and 5th start on the track at the same time. They go 2 laps. If you win, you progress to face position number 4 in points. If you lose, you start from position number 6, and then we continue to work all the way through until we are left with 2 cars, which will battle for pole position for tonight's Red Dirt Rumble. They're always a very interesting and entertaining affair. I'm going to bring it up again. If you have not seen the pole shuffle from this event last year with Joe Chalmers and Kai Blight, do yourself a favour and watch that. And it's still getting circulated and sent around the internet to this day because it was just absolutely fantastic. We're hoping we can see something very similar to that tonight as Jason Sutton makes his way back out onto the racetrack. It's only been a very quick turnaround for yourself, mate. You are getting your steps up tonight, that is for sure.
Yeah, a couple extra Chico rolls to fix that up, that's for sure. Yeah, not a lot going in the pits because of the turnaround time. They can't really do a lot of adjustments, but I think the top 6 probably don't need to do a massive amount of adjustments because the cars are all pretty good. But Joshy, just looking at the track now, everyone knows that there is an outside line, so I can see on the pole shootout that our car on the outside should be stealing a bit of real estate, to be honest. Most of the time the inside car will get the jump going into sort of 1 at the end of the straight, but I think the smart guys will just start to play a bit of a game and get half a car sort of above them coming out of 4, and I think we should see an exciting pole shootout.
You sound a bit out of breath, mate. Have you got water? Have you been keeping hydrated?
I'm on the Jamie Oldfield fitness program right now, which is eat more and jog less. So I've got to turn that around the other way.
I mean, it's working for him. So I think he does say he's a trendsetter. So maybe we should all get on that. But make sure you stay hydrated, mate. You've still got a big night ahead of you. You sound out of puff.
No, well, that's true. I've got to test a couple of beverages at the bar later on. So please join us for the trophy presentations at the end of the evening in the bar area too. It's always cool to just hang out with some people, meet new people and see the stars getting up there, getting their trophies. So please join us at the bar area after the event.
And come get a drink before Jason drinks them all.
Yeah, that's it. Buy me one. That'll be even better.
Well, we've got our first cars making their way. We should probably smarten up a little bit now for the top 6 shootout. Michael Holmes, as we mentioned before, clutch gone in the 91. So he's going to need assistance from a push chute for the remainder of the night. Again, top 6 shootout. They're pretty quick. They're pretty fierce. But, my God, they're entertaining. We'll start with positions 6 and 5. The winner of that will go on to face 4th. Winner of that will go 3rd, 2nd, 1st. And then, of course, it's the all-important 2 laps to try and determine a pole sitter. Of course, like Jason mentioned, the guys know now after running that second group of heats that there is a top line starting to come in. And, yeah, you will see the mind games. The car on the inside might try and use some put. We saw the opposite effect with the marbles just above that race line. So you might be trying to push your friend up into the marbles so they can't get the traction. Lots of mind games are going to be going on in this one. The stewards are always very keen-eyed for things such as jumping the start. Ask Abby Pickering about that one because, unfortunately, she never got to even attempt one of these last year because she got DQ'd for jumping the start.
Yeah, she got a bit ripped off, to be honest. But I wouldn't want to be the chief steward in these. I know my brother Jerome Sutton always says, I'm not fond of them because it's so hard to judge that everyone's ducks and drakes. This is the time that you can do it and you can go forward and steal a few positions. So I wouldn't want to be Ben Snowden right now.
It's a job that not many people want, but I'm glad he's doing it because it means I don't have to. As we get ready to go for our first instalment, and it's going to be a Kalgoorlie local and a life member of the Kalgoorlie International Speedway, David Boyes, who had an absolute stormer heat race in heat race just gone, where he still managed to hold on to a top 3 finish, going on alongside the taxman Michael Holmes. So this will determine who starts from position number 6 in tonight's feature event for the Topdrill Red Dirt Rumble. Of course, we're just going to let them circulate for a little bit, get some heat, get some temperature into things such as the rear end are crucial on these cars to make sure that you can't just go out there and give them the full noise while everything's still coming up to temperature. The tolerances on these cars are absolutely diabolical, and they do need to make sure that they are heated up and all at correct operating temperatures before they actually do what they need to do. It's good to see Joe Chalmers, even though the dramas he's had throughout the night, the defending Red Dirt Rumble champion has still made the cut for the top 6. So that's always cool to see. Smoking Joe in car number 23. But we shouldn't be too far away from forming our first pair in the pole shuffle. And what is the final of our preliminaries, if you'd like, for the night. We'll then be moving straight into our feature program where we conclude with the Red Dirt Rumble. But before we get there, we need to seat positions 1 through to 6, and it all starts with David Boyes and Michael Holmes in the first of the 2-lap shootout here around Kalgoorlie. And Michael Holmes got the best of the start on the outside, and he swoops round in car number 91 to lead down the back straight. David Boyes will have to chase into turn number 3 and 4 for the first time. But the top side was definitely the place to be for Michael Holmes as he sees the white flag. 1 more to go. Does the old Scandinavian flick going into turn number 1 and 2 for the final time. David Boyes will need a bit of a minor miracle, I think, if he's going to get this one out of turn number 3 and 4. Give it to Michael Holmes. David Boyes will have to settle for a position number 6 start position for our feature race tonight. But the top side definitely seemed to be the place to be for Michael Holmes off the start.
You can see Holmes, you definitely get a bit of an advantage, especially on the throttle early. If you notice with the 91 car, he actually gets off the gas to get the car rotated and back on to power it through the corner. If we watch Jamie and Warren Oldfield in that last heat, they didn't have to get off the gas. They could drive that thing in hard, and I reckon Joe Chalmers has probably set his car up to do exactly the same thing as Jamie and Warren. So just watch him in this one.
Matt Robbins is another one we're going to throw into that basket as well. Speaking to him, he says he doesn't have to lift once in that car, so he's very comfortable. But this will be interesting now. Can Joe Chalmers claw his way back up through the field? If you remember, he won the pole shuffle here last year, then took the challenge to go to the back for $1,000. Can he do a repeat here tonight for the 2026 edition? He's got the best of the start. He's got the nose in front. He's going to try and chop the nose off Michael Holmes. He might try and do the switch back underneath him as they come out of turn number 2. Chalmers has it for the moment as they go into 3 for the first of 2 occasions. Chalmers back to the bottom, locks it down as he comes past the start-finish line to meet the white flag. Holmes is dropped off by a few car lengths. Is there something finally become unlocked in car number 23? And is this the beginning of a charge through the field? Out of turn number 3 and 4, Smokin' Joe Chalmers takes down Michael Holmes. Holmesy will start from position number 5 in tonight's main event. And Joe Chalmers looking like Joe Chalmers of old as he comes up against an old rival of his, none other than car number 51. The Comex Civil Oldfield Settlement Services Longhorn of Jamie Oldfield. Both these guys have had some dramas throughout the night. And let's face it, they've had some almighty battles throughout the years. Wish that might be a bit of an understatement if I'm being honest. The mind games are already starting when it comes to lane choice of daffing and dieting and slamming on the anchors. But this might be worth the price of admission on its own.
Yes, just keep watching. Whatever you're doing, watch these two cars. It's going to be epic.
This is for position number 4. One of these guys will be knocked out. Will it be Smokin' Joe or will it be J.O.? Back to racing, and once again it's Chalmers with the best of the start. J.O.'s going to try and hold it around the outside, and the yellows have come on. Okay, so it looks like it's not as cutthroat as last year. I almost want to bet and say that probably is going to be pointed at Joe Chalmers. It did look like he was a little bit keen to get a move on. But he's got a lifeline. We're going to do it again. But the attitude of J.O. on that first attempt, I think he's going to send this thing wide open around the top and just hope it sticks. Take number 2. Chalmers versus Oldfield, much better dispatch this time. They're going to be side by side past the judge. Oldfield with the nose in front, tries to shut the door as he's right around the outside of Joe Chalmers. Jamie Oldfield leads down the back straight. Chalmers back to the bottom as they go into turn number 3. Oldfield still about half track high as they come out of turn number 4. White flag is out. Jamie Oldfield's out quite comfortably as they run through turns number 1 and 2 and down the back straight for the final time. It is going to be J.O. if he can keep turns number 3 and 4 tidy, which he can. Jamie Oldfield gets one over Joe Chalmers. Chalmers will start from position number 4 in tonight's main event. And he now joining Jamie Oldfield on the racetrack. Kalgoorlie. He is one of your own from right here in Kalgoorlie. The Boulder Bullet of Matt Robbins joins Jamie Oldfield in a battle for a front row start. No Kalgoorlie local has won the Red Dirt Rumble before. Is Matt Robbins the answer that Kalgoorlie has been waiting for? He goes up against a man who has won pretty much everything there is to win in the world of speedway racing. It is Jamie Oldfield versus Matt Robbins in the battle for position number 3 in tonight's main event. Oldfield on the inside, Robbins on the outside. Here we go for position number 3. Oldfield gets the best of the start, but they're side by side with Matt Robbins, who gets his nose chopped from J.O., who slides up the racetrack. Robbins is going to fight back into turn number 3. Side by side as Robbins hits the ruts, and unfortunately that's going to be pretty much said and done. I can't even speak anymore. But J.O., I think he's got a little bit lucky there, to be honest. But he is going to go in an Oldfield shootout for pole. J.O. gets one over Matt Robbins. But I reckon there was a little bit of luck there. Matt Robbins just caught the rut the wrong way and unsettled the 57. But do not count him out from tonight's main event. He starts from position number 3.
What a big slider by J.O. Jamie Oldfield had to put that in there, otherwise 57 was probably going to drive around the outside of him. And that's experience. He knows he's got to throw it in, get that slider done, and just block him. These two brothers, I've seen these guys punch on before, had dramas. I've separated them in arguments. This could be an absolute ripper.
Well, this is for the battle for pole. It is an on-field shootout. Jamie versus Warren. Jamie's had to work for it. Is your top points. One of these boys is going to start from position number 1. Will it be Jamie or will it be Warren? The battle for pole for the Red Dirt Rumble is underway, and it's Warren Oldfield from the top who gets the best of the start, chops the nose off his brother Jamie as they race through 1 and 2. Jamie tries to fight back on the inside. There's no answer for Warren at the moment, but these ruts are really starting to catch a couple of them out as they come out of turn number 4. Warren Oldfield leads that number 1 quite comfortably by a couple car lengths. Jamie goes super deep into 1 and 2. He knew he had to try something, but it's not going to be enough. If Warren keeps this tidy, he is your pole sitter for the Red Dirt Rumble. Warren Oldfield gets one over Jamie in an Oldfield lockout. Warren Oldfield scores himself a pole position start alongside Jamie Oldfield for the big dance later on tonight, with Matt Robbins starting from position number 3, Joe Chalmers from position number 4, 5th will belong to Michael Holmes, and David Boys will complete that 6-car lineup. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for him. He's your pole man for tonight's A-Main, driving the number 15 for Oldfield Racing. Warren Oldfield gets the job done in the shootout. Jason, I'll quickly throw down to you. I know you're a busy man and running around like a headless chook down there, but how good are pole shuffles?
Look, the crowd love them. I think the media love them. Everyone loves them but the chief steward, which is sort of fair because that's the hardest job to do. It's just to see these guys get out in talent like that, race side by side, that's what you want. You don't want people tangling up, getting crashed out and all those kind of things. The odds are, realistically, when you do a pole shuffle, the amount of cars that get damaged that don't, it's a no-brainer to do them, and I think there should be more of them, in my opinion, to see drivers like that in the calibre they are. But I tell you what, Joshy, I'm not sure, as this track widens up just a little bit more, it won't widen up too much more with the feature races coming out, but is it going to be better to start on the outside or the inside?
That's going to be the million-dollar question. And look, I'm going to throw this out there. I reckon Matt Robbins is still a red-hot favourite to win this one tonight. That 57 is just on absolute rails. He just got a bit unlucky with the ruts. Otherwise, I reckon he had J.O. stitched up.
Yeah, I agree with you. He's definitely on the money. They don't want to play with the car too much. He'll be smiling, but I tell you what, he won't be really happy, Matt, until he wins a big event, and I think he's due for one. So a lot of luck's going to happen in this event as well. So I'm not sure how many laps we're going to be doing. I think it's scheduled for 35. Hopefully with time and all those kind of things we can do that. But 25 to 30, whatever it is going to be an absolute fantastic race.
100%. We cannot wait. We now move to our feature races, and the first of them is going to be our production sedans. The 4 of them to go around with Roberts, Scott, Ingram, and Leonard as we get underway. 15 laps is the scheduled distance to go. It's going to be Roberts who leads down the back straight for the first time. Tyler Scott still trying to use the same piece of dirt that the late models were using. And he gave Roberts the almighty hurry up going into turn number 3 and 4 for the first time. But lap number 1 goes the way to Cody Roberts from Tyler Scott. And even the sedan guys are now starting to move up the racetrack and use that dirt that's just ever so slightly starting to widen out this racetrack. But it's Roberts leads him in from Tyler Scott. Ingram is 3rd, and we now be down to a 3-horse race by the looks of things as Tilly Leonard pulls car number 10 to the infield. So that's going to leave us with a field of 3 in this production sedan final. Headed up by Cody Roberts, Tyler Scott, Tina Ingram. Unfortunately, Tilly Leonard, 1 lap was all she was going to get from the number 10, Holden Commodore. As Charlie Scott has gone for a big excursion through turns number 1 and 2, and is he now in trouble? So we might be down to a field of 2 in this one. He hasn't got back on the noise after getting right up over the cushion, and yeah, we're down to a field of 2. So the question remains now, do we stay with the 15-lap duration, Well, we're going to cut some laps back with only 2 cars still circulating in this one. Roberts and Ingram, so it's basically some free hot laps at this point in time for our production sedans. As Ingram once again has a moment on the exit of turn number 2. Roberts, though, even through the rough stuff, he's looking pretty confident in the number 8K Holden Commodore. Ingram's car still not 100%. She's been struggling with that all night. And she gets a bit of a push through turn number 1 and 2, which turns to a snap of oversteer on the exit. So she's got her hands full at the moment. Roberts, though, business as usual.
Joshy, this must be a commentator's dream right now for you.
It sort of is and isn't. It's sort of a hot lap session, but hey, they're here. You got to give them their time in the sun. As Roberts, once again, those ruts are going to be something we're really going to have to watch in this final round of racing. We saw, obviously, they called out Matt Robbins during the shootout, and even Cody then almost tripped up over himself coming through turn number 4. But he's well and truly clear. Half his competitors are parked up on the infield as he hikes the left front of the number 8K Holden Commodore. As he comes past the judge once again. 9 laps have now been completed, so we're on lap 10 of this 15-lap affair. Roberts and Ingram, polar opposite ends of the Kalgoorlie International Speedway. But Roberts has got this thing dialed in at the moment, and that's the checkered flag out. So there is my answer. They dropped it down from 15 to 10. And it's going to be Cody Roberts quite comfortably. And Tina Ingram, the only 2 to meet the checkered flag in our production sedan final. With dramas for Tyler Scott, and it actually looks like there might be some damage on the front end of the Commodore. And Tilly Leonard, of course, mechanical dramas after just 1 lap.
Yeah, Josh, she's got no steering. So we're going to have to tow truck this one out of here. Can't push it because she can't steer it anywhere.
Well, that's far from ideal, and it looks like Tyler Scott's car's almost in a very similar situation with the front geometry of that machine. The good thing is, well, there's no good thing about it, but the positive light is it is the feature race, so there isn't any real urgency to get these things turned back around. But Scott's been able to drive his machine off the racetrack, and no steering, courtesy of our man downstairs, Jason Sutton, filling us in on the drama for Tilly Leonard. But it was a Roberts show from go to woe, and no matter what, 2 cars are a race, and he's won it. So Roberts gets the job done from Tina Ingram, as Jason Sutton's now on the tools doing manual labour, lifting bonnets up. We've really got him charging all over the place tonight. So he's definitely going to earn that beer that he's going to have at the end of the night at the bar. So we'll take some time. We'll clear the Tilly Leonard machine off the racetrack. When we return, it's our second heat race of the night. Our street stocks for their final. Second feature race of the night about to get underway. It's our street stocks going once again back to the traditional way. Ray Leonard stacks the field up as he comes to the green. As we're underway, 15 laps is the scheduled distance for our street stocks. And it's going to be Ray Leonard who has a big moment on the exit of turn number 2, who I was about to say was going to lead quite comfortably down the back straight for the first time. But that's not the case. He's dropped right back down to third now. By the time it's all said and done, Ladders Line leads lap number 1 from Dickinson back then to Leonard, who's now under attack from pretty much everyone further back through the pack. As Ben Ferris now on a charge, 3/4 track height in the Mitsubishi Magna. But out of turn number 3 and 4, Ladders Line continues to lead the charge from Dickinson. Leonard back then to Ferris, who's now jumped up into position number 4, as Roberts has a moment further back in the 18K machine. They're going to come up on Lockie Smith in a real hurry in this one. Ladders Line, Dickinson, Leonard, back then to Ferris. Back then to the 85 of Casey Plekas as Smith's up towards the concrete wall. Makes life a little bit easier for our race leaders to negotiate. But the 46, Holden Commodore, has got the move on. The number 46 machine leads from Dickinson. Leonard still holds down third after starting off the front row in a big moment in turn number 1. The Magna with that little pop of flame starting to return that we saw in the opening heat race earlier on this afternoon. So we'll keep an eye on the number 32 with that little bit of flame under the engine compartment of the Mitsubishi. But they all chase down Ladders Line at the moment. Dickinson, Leonard, Ferris, Plekas is all out of shape as well. Manages to gather it up in car number 85 on the exit of turn number 2. As Leonard looks to go to the inside of Linton Dickinson. He's not quite close enough to mount a challenge on the Holden Commodore out of Esperance. And a little bit of smoke coming from the number 21 machine as well. Back then to Ferris as we've got one around further back. That's the number 85 of Casey Plekas. Far enough off the track, and we're going to stay green as the 85 is now back mobile. So we stay under racing conditions as the smoke continues to come out from underneath the number 21 machine of Ray Leonard. So is now a question mark over the reliability after his daughter Tilly had a DNF in the production sedans. It's definitely starting to get a little bit worse for wear. Here's car number 21, currently holding down position number 3. As Ladders Line puts down Lockie Smith another lap. Dickinson still holding on to second. Leonard is closing. And I'm almost starting to think that might be a power steering leak. It seems to get a lot worse when he's under load through the corners. And that seems to ease off on the straight. So I'm almost guessing it's a power steering problem for the number 21 machine in third. Ferris still fourth with a big flame this time. The Ferris machine's gone up in flames, and he's going to need some desperate attention from our infield crew, as that's a big fire in car number 32. He's pulled up right behind our fire marshals. We stay green on the racetrack, but we're going to keep one eye on the fire for Ferris. We've got a battle for the race lead. We got Leonard going up in smoke. What is going on here in the street stock final? Ferris has jumped out of the car, which is fantastic to see, as now Leonard pulls to the infield. So it's a 2-horse race. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with everything that's going on at the moment. Ferris has jumped out of the Magna, which is still coming up in flames on the infield. It's now a 2-horse race between Ladders Line and Dickinson out in front, with Leonard retiring to the infield. I don't know what's going on anymore. We've only got about 3 or so laps left to go in the street stock final, which has all just gone up in one big plume of smoke. I don't even mean that as a joke anymore. Out of turn number 3 and 4, your race leaders go. Ladders Line and Dickinson now comfortably out in front. As they come past the white flag this time. I'm still just trying to piece together what the hell's just gone on in the last 12 laps. One to go, though, for your race leader. Ricky Laddersline leads him down the back straight for the final time. And in a race that had a little bit of everything plus some, the 46 Holden Commodore gets the job done at the end of the night. Laddersline wins it. Dickinson comes home second. Bleekers will come home in position number 3. Then we go back to Luke Roberts. Actually, sorry, no, Luke Roberts will come home in position number 3. The 18K, he scores himself a podium. Bleekers, as the result of that spin earlier on, will come home in position number 4. And Lockie Smith concludes your runners. Ray Leonard went up in a plume of smoke. Ben Ferris went up in something that was a little bit more major than a plume of smoke in the Mitsubishi Magna. But that had a bit of everything. But at the end of it all, Ricky Laddersline gets the job done from Linton Dickinson, and Luke Roberts scores himself a podium in the 18K at the conclusion of the straight stock final. And what a race it was. Event number 21 on our program is next. It's our feature race for our junior sedans, and heat race number 3 was an absolute barnstormer, so we're hoping for much of the same. That'll be followed by our AMCAs, and then, of course, our grand final for the night, our late model Red Dirt Rumble for 2026, brought to us by the team at Topdrill. Junior sedan final not too far away. We'll take some music. We'll be back very, very shortly. Junior sedan final is underway. Charlie Scott and Mason Whitehead, who put on the race of the night, one of the races of the night in heat race number 3, resume hostilities off the front row. Scott gets the best of the start. Whitehead winds up the number 82 machine like he did so well in heat race number 3 to be side by side with Charlie Scott as they come past the start-finish line to complete lap number 1. Charlie Scott, by about half a car length, has it in front with Whitehead still three-quarter track high, trying to work his way back around the outside. Once again, gets the drive on the outside. Scott glued to the bottom with Whitehead still raging on as he gets a little bit untidy coming through turn number 4. So that will give Charlie Scott a car length advantage going into turn number 1. This time Whitehead tries to do the old switcheroo and dive back to the inside, but Scott has now found that piece of dirt that works so well for Mason Whitehead to give him the drive on the exit of turn number 2. And he holds on to it quite comfortably for the moment as he gets a little bit crossed up coming out of turn number 4. That, once again, sends an invitation to Whitehead, who throws a big Hail Mary into turn number 1 and 2. That time around wasn't quite close enough to make a challenge. But this one's still far from over, and it's business as usual between our two top stars of Charlie Scott and Mason Whitehead. Ella Whitehead and Mia Ursig are two new stars for tonight, doing a fantastic job. But it's all eyes on these two at the moment. The 0-11 has it. The 82 of Mason Whitehead wants it as they go into turn number 3 and 4. They will come up on the new stars in the next lap or so, as once again Charlie Scott all out of shape on the exit of turn number 4. Just keeping Mason Whitehead interested as he has another look to the inside through turns number 1 and 2. Slides up to the dirt on the exit. And Charlie Scott will be the first to hit the traffic. And first to them is the number 23 of Mia Ursig and Ella Whitehead, as that's going to cause Charlie Scott to up into the weeds. And Mason Whitehead says, yep, cool, thank you. And so swoops back down on the inside to retake the race lead. Scott back to second, now finds himself being the chaser. But they are now clear of the traffic. And Charlie Scott wasting no time. Back to the inside. So they come out of turn number 3 and 4. Whitehead by half a car length as they come past the start-finish line once again. Fastest lap of the race belongs to Mason Whitehead, but he's under immense pressure once again from Charlie Scott, who almost draws level going into turn number 3. It's going to be who's going to be the bravest going into turn number 3 and 4 with Charlie Scott back on the bottom. Whitehead 3/4 track high, side by side again. Whitehead just leads the lap with Charlie Scott throwing the lunge to the inside, gets the nose in front. Whitehead once again back around the outside. This is just fantastic stuff from these two as they go into turn number 3 and 4 once again, still side by side. Whitehead on the outside, Scott on the inside, side by side again. Whitehead retakes the lead. Scott dives back to the inside, hops it over the curb in turns number 1 and 2. Still side by side. They have been for the past 2.5 laps as they go into turn number 3. Scott out in front. Whitehead back to the outside. There might have been the slightest bit of contact between the two door cards as they come past the checkered flag. I can't call it. That was nuts. Charlie Scott by the barest of margins. Charlie Scott just edged it out. I wasn't even paying attention to the flags. The racing was that good. We should have given them 15. Easily should have given them 15. But what a race that was. Charlie Scott just over Mason Whitehead and Ella Whitehead, the first of your new stars, with Mia Ursig rounding out your 4 cars. I do apologise. I was not paying a slightest bit of attention to the flag stand. But what a race these two have just put on. Charlie Scott, by the gap, would have been in the microseconds at the line over Mason Whitehead. Ella Whitehead and Mia Ursig conclude your 4-car field for your junior sedans tonight. But an absolute ripper between Charlie Scott and Mason Whitehead conclude junior sedan action for the night here at Kalgoorlie. One more preliminary race to come, AMCA final, before we move into our main event for our late models. 2 more races to come here at Kalgoorlie. AMCA final is underway, and it's only the two to go around. Will Browning and Mitchell White. So I have no idea what happened to Sean. He's been dominating all night, and now he's not made the call for this main event, so it's only a two-car affair. They're scheduled for a 12-lap final, but on the timing screens it's now showing 8, so I dare say that's probably what we've dropped this to for our AMCAs. Will Browning and Mitch White, the only two that stand at the end of tonight's proceedings. So an 8-lap feature is what's being shown on the timing screens. But it does mean if Will can hold this together, he's going to go home with a feature race win. A win's a win at the end of the day. Got to take him as they come in the number 41. Mitch White has had a horror run, to be honest, with 2 DNFs in the first 2 heats. Was able to come home for a finish in the third one. Looking to finish the night off strongly in the number 93. So we're going to be halfway home in this second last race of the night. AMCA final leading up to the Red Dirt Rumble for 2026, brought to us by the team at Topdrill. Browning, quickest lap of the race in 18.884. He set that on lap number 3, 19.032 the last time around, so he's a bit off the pace compared to his quickest in the number 41 as he comes out of turn number 3 and 4. Gets a little bit crossed up coming past the start finish line. That might have been a bit of an understatement. He got very crossed up coming past the start finish line. And once again in turn number 1 and 2. Hold on to it, Will. On the exit of turn number 2. Number 41 gets back on the straight and narrow. We'll continue on. No harm done. White flag comes out. 1 to go for the number 41 machine. In what has been dropped down to an 8-lap affair for the second last race of the night. And it's going to go the way of Will Browning if turns number 3 and 4 go to plan. Number 41 brings out turn number 3 and 4 to see the checkered flag. A win's a win for Will Browning. Gets the job done over the 8 laps. From Mitchell White in the number 93, the only 2 cars to make the call for AMCA feature, which was initially scheduled for 15 laps and got dropped down to 8. But hey, like I said, a win's a win. You've got to take them as they come. Will Browning goes home as a feature race winner here tonight in Kalgoorlie. Mitchell White finishes his night off strongly with another finish to his name in the number 93 machine. And that is basically all she wrote for our support classes. Event number 23 is all that remains. The 2026 running of the Topdrill Red Dirt Rumble for 2026 is not too far away. We'll take a music. We'll be back with the main event up shortly. Well, just like that, it's rolled around again. The 2026 edition of the Red Dirt Rumble, brought to us by Topdrill. The field slowly but surely making their way out onto the racetrack. It is an old field lockout. Jamie starting off the pole. Warren starting on his outside. Slowly but surely, they make their way onto the racetrack. There are two repeat winners in this field. Well, there's one repeat winner, I should say, Joe Chalmers. He's won it twice. There's one former winner in this field in Michael Holmes. No Kalgoorlie local has ever won the Red Dirt Rumble. Matty Robbins starts from position number 3. Is tonight the night? The cup stays in town. It's going to be an almighty challenge, as they're still just waiting for a couple more cars. Wait for Joe Chalmers. He's not made the call yet. Jason, I know you're probably pretty cold out there. It's a pretty brisk night here in Kalgoorlie. But I got to throw it to you, my friend. Who are we going for the winner of the 2026 Red Dirt Rumble?
Yeah, good on you. I don't know. How can you look at that? Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be hard. They're definitely waiting on Smoking Joe, but I think Sean Cubbage won't make it out either. Not dodging your question, but have a look at that front row. Either of these two could definitely win it, that's for sure. I'm actually hoping Matty Robbins has a red-hot crack and pulls something miraculous. And not just because, the old fields win a lot, but it'd be great for the sport, great for Kalgoorlie to have a hometown boy get up. I think the party afterwards would be pretty fantastic. You might even chuck some donuts in there. So I'm routing for the 57, mate.
To be honest, I think I'm with you. He said to me at the start of the night he's going to have a few beers at the end of it, not go too crazy. I reckon if he wins this thing, that's going out the window.
Oh, we're going crazy. Don't worry about that.
And I'm sure Kalgoorlie would love their local boy to take it to the old fields and score Kalgoorlie's first Red Dirt Rumble victory. There's no pressure, Matt. Nothing at all. Don't worry about it.
Nah, none.
Chelsea's probably shaking right now. Sorry, Chelsea.
I bet she is too. She's probably doing a live feed and can't keep the thing in her hands properly. A bit nervous. She got a bit excited earlier on when she said when he passed Warren and that on the outside, she hoped the live feed didn't actually pick her up. So screaming and yelling.
Local boy, get up it and try and take it to the visitors. The visitors that have come to your home turf. This is your perfect opportunity to make yourself heard, make yourself seen, Kalgoorlie. These are your starting drivers for the 2026 Red Dirt Rumble. Jamie Oldfield and Warren Oldfield share the front row. Matty Robbins and Joe Chalmers coming from row number 2. Third row of the grid is Michael Holmes and David Boys, Damien Hudson and Abby Pickering. As we got dramas for Joe Chalmers as he comes to a stop here on the front straight. So before it's even begun, he might just be signaling whether there's something on the track or whether it's something's gone amiss with the 23. Sutto's on the job. Once he's done with the spanners, I'm sure he'll be able to fill us in with what exactly is Joe Chalmers' problem. It's good to see Sean Cubbage has made the call as well in the number 7 machine after pretty significant damage to his car early on in the heat race. So Jason Sutton just continuing to talk with Joe Chalmers, who's had nothing but drama with the number 23 car for majority of the night. And now Damien Hudson coming to a stop for a chat on the front straight. So we haven't even started yet, and things are already going off the roof. So Damien Hudson, I'm not sure exactly what the issue was. He pulled up and had a chat to one of the track team. He's back on the move. Smoking Joe Chalmers still getting looked at by Jason Sutton. So what's our defending red dirt champion? What's he concerned about? There's got to be a point. He's either going to go or he's not. And it looks like it's going to be he's going to go. But there's concern over the reigning Pro Dirt Series champion. And we've got another car stopped. Is that Damien Hudson again? I think it might be. What is going on? We're just trying to form them up. So we've got Hutto stopped now in turn number 4. Was he pointing out some debris maybe on the racetrack? I think that's exactly one of the track officials has got something in his hand. So maybe that's exactly what Damien Hudson was doing. Unfortunately, Sean Cubbage, he might have made the call for the feature, but he's not going to start the feature as he's now pulled in onto the infield. I don't know what's going on anymore. It's all happening. We haven't even thrown a green yet. So I think Damien Hudson was showing something to our track team. Joe Chalmers, there was dramas with the back end of his car, which seems to have been resolved, or he's just going to run with it. So before we've even turned a lap in the Red Dirt Rumble, it's action aplenty. But with that, the lights have gone out. It's Jamie Oldfield versus Warren Oldfield, the front row. We are racked, we are stacked. The Red Dirt Rumble for 2026 is underway. And it's going to be J.O. who leads Warren Oldfield right around the outside. Robbins up to 3rd, Chalmers to 4th. We got one around further back. Abby Pickering is spun. And we go yellow. So we didn't get very far at all at the first time of asking for the Red Dirt Rumble. Abby Pickering found herself unstuck in turns number 1 and 2. So we'll try it again. Jamie Oldfield, Warren Oldfield. Warren got the best of the start on the outside in car number 15. Joe Chalmers was super wide coming through turns number 1 and 2. That allowed Matt Robbins to hold on to his 3rd spot. Michael Holmes, David Boys, Damien Hudson, Abby Pickering, Nathan Richards, Ben Straughtons, Greg Horan, Jack Barnwell, his first ever late model feature racing car, number 16. And Jeff Powell sees them all in the number 24. Let's do this again. 25 laps still remain. Take number 2. for the Topdrill 2026 Red Dirt Rumble back underway. J.O. gets the best of the start. Warren Oldfield once again right around the outside in car number 15. Smoking Joe Chalmers up to third, and he's on a mission. Here's the number 23 machine as he moves through turn number 3 and 4 for the first time. Lap number 1 goes to Warren Oldfield. Jamie Oldfield second. Joe Chalmers third. Back then to Matt Robbins in fourth. Rounding out your top 5 is Michael Holmes. Back then to Abby Pickering, David Boyes as Ben Straughtons is not going to get very far. He retires to the infield. But it's Oldfield, 1 and 2. That's Warren from Jamie. Back then to Joe Chalmers, Matt Robbins in fourth. Back then to Michael Holmes. He's skipped away from Abby Pickering. Then we go back to David Boyes. Damien Hudson is next. Then we go back to Richards, who's under attack from Jack Barnwell, 3-quarter track high. So come out of turn number 3 and 4 once again. Oldfield, Warren from Jamie. Back then to Joe Chalmers. Matt Robbins is still just trying to keep him in the gun sights of the number 57 machine. Then we're back to Michael Holmes, Abby Pickering and David Boyes. Line astern around the Kalgoorlie International Speedway. They run in the early stages of the Red Dirt Rumble for 2026. And it's all Warren Oldfield's race for the moment. Jamie Oldfield in second. They're skipping away from Joe Chalmers. Matt Robbins is fourth with Michael Holmes skipping away from Abby Pickering, trying to bring himself back into this battle. Lap traffic will become a factor in these early stages. It's for Warren Oldfield with J.O. right behind him in car number 51. He is closing on his brother at a good rate of knots. And the lap traffic might be what Jamie is looking for. The Queensland champion is hard on the back as we got contact here in the front straight. We got Hudson slowing. Barnwell's already collected him. And we go yellow. Damien Hudson ran out of noise. Coming out of turn number 4. Jack Barnwell a bit unsighted and he's clipped the back of the number 80 machine. And now the rear wing on the Damien Hudson. Barry Wright icon is now waving to the crowd down the back straightaway. There's dramas and damage as well for Jack Barnwell, the right rear corner of the deck on the number 16. Has seen better days. Well, it's still pretty early stages in this Red Dirt Rumble, only 6 laps completed. But Jamie definitely looked like he was on a charge there before that yellow lights came on. Once he got into lap traffic with Greg Horan, I think was going to be in a bit of trouble. So it's all to play for. Joe Chalmers still holds on for third. He's your defending Pro Dirt Series champion. He's your defending Red Dirt Rumble champion. He won this event 12 months ago. Matty Robbins, Kalgoorlie's own, holds down fourth. Michael Holmes, that's your top 5. It's a pretty busy infield out there at the minute with Damien Hudson and Jack Barnwell coming in for some repair work. Jason Sutton once again on the tools. Jack Barnwell looks like he's probably going to be given the AOK to continue on in his first ever late model feature race event. And it looks like the whole deck's coming off the back of Damien Hudson's car, so that's going to be an absolute nightmare to wheel around for the remaining 20-odd laps that we have of this final. Was originally scheduled for 35, but due to time constraints, we have dropped that down now to 25 laps. And a unanimous vote amongst the drivers thought that 25 laps was probably a more appropriate amount of laps to have for this main event as work continues. Almost looks like it's part of the World Wrestling Entertainment venture going on down there on the back of Damien Hudson's car with bodies and panel work flying everywhere. That's going to be a real nightmare for Damien Hudson to wheel around for the remainder of this feature race. He's lost the entire rear spoiler off the number 80. Jack Barnwell was the man who clipped him on the way through. And there is damage to the deck on the rear corner of the number 16 car. So Hutto rejoins, albeit without the spoiler. It's going to be a Delaware file restart. We haven't seen this in the late models tonight. So the Leader stays out on his own out the front, and then it's 2 by 2 behind him with Chalmers and Oldfield. Oldfield electing to start on the outside in car number 51.
Joshy, this is the cool thing about late models. When we do a Delaware file restart, double file restart, it just gives everyone else, you know, you might have been sitting 6th, 7th, what's the 8th or something like that, and all of a sudden you're again in a couple of rows further forward and you think, I still got a shot at this.
Jason, just very quickly before we go green, Joe Chalmers before the feature race, what was his concern?
Yeah, he just felt the left-hand rear just locking up a little bit. Wasn't quite sure what it was. I reported back, it's pretty good. He said, in his own words, nice and kindly, that's fine, we're going. So those words weren't quite that, but he's ready to rock.
Thank you, mate. We're back to go racing once again in the Red Dirt Rumble for 2026. It's going to be Warren Oldfield who leads the charge of the Light Brigade into turn number 1 and 2, side by side with J.O. and Joe Chalmers. Jamie gets the best of that argument. Matt Robbins back to 4th. Michael Holmes is 5th. Then we're back to David Boyes. Further back is Jack Barnwell trying to rail the top in the 16 machine, and he's found the concrete. And oh no, has he overcooked it? I think he has. The 16. Heartbreak. No. He was giving it a red hot go. He was hauling the mail.
Welcome to late models.
But he's out. His debut is very short-lived, but my God, he was going to go out with a fire. As we continue on, it's Warren from Jamie. Back then to Joe Chalmers. Matt Robbins holds down 4th. Then we're back to Michael Holmes. Further back is David Boyes and Abby Pickering. But it's a racing 2 out in front at the moment between the Oldfield boys. Fresh off their return from the East Coast. Warren holding on from your Queensland late model champion in Jamie Oldfield, who had a crank sensor fault, was unable to make qualifying, made it for the first heat. And oh, it's very close between them, as Warren Oldfield might just be giving him an invitation. J.O. is right there. It's an Oldfield showdown here in Kalgoorlie, and they're about to come up on the lap traffic. Warren once again, 3/4 track high. Jamie's plucking on the bottom. Don't count out Joe Chalmers and Matt Robbins out of this one as well, as here comes the lap traffic. Warren Oldfield's going to be the pioneer. He goes around the outside of Greg Horan. He's put a couple car lengths between himself and his brother Jamie. So they come out of turn number 3 and 4. Warren's high and wide. Here comes J.O. again to the inside into turn number 1. Jeff Powell's up in the marbles. Warren has to cut down on the inside. Jamie's had to button out of it completely, as it's now anyone's guess through the lap traffic. Warren Oldfield back on the bottom. Jamie's there. So too is Joe Chalmers. It's a 3-way go through the traffic as Warren Oldfield finds the dirt, drives around Nathan Richards. J.O. follows through. Joe Chalmers gets caught up ever so slightly in the battle for 3rd, but it's now a 2-horse race once again. Warren Oldfield and Jamie Oldfield. There is nothing between the two of them. Chalmers is next. Then we go back to Matt Robbins in 4th, as here comes J.O. He poked the nose on the exit of turn number 2. He's going to try and draw level with his brother as they come out of 4. Warren Oldfield finds the drive. He somehow holds on by half a car length. Oldfield from Oldfield. Warren versus Jamie. How many times have we said that over the years in Speedway racing? Back then to Joe Chalmers. Matty Robbins has climbed over the cushion in 4th spot. So too is Jamie Oldfield in 2nd. Gives Warren Oldfield a bit of breathing space. They are flying through the laps. We've completed 17 here in the Red Dirt Rumble. Down the back straight they go. The top 3 still within about 1.5 seconds as they're all up in the weeds. Warren from Jamie. Back into Joe Chalmers trying to go back to back in the Red Dirt Rumble. But he's got an almighty mountain to climb. But the lap traffic's still not out of contention yet. And there's an almighty car park of them in front of them, as Warren Oldfield heads into turn number 3. It's Warren Oldfield from Jamie Oldfield. Joe Chalmers is closing. He is gaining on the Oldfield boys in front of him. And look at the lap traffic they've got in the form of Pickering, Boys, Horan. Photo with Damien Hudson. Once again, Warren Oldfield shows the nose to J.O., who gets a little bit crossed up on the exit of turn number 4. Chalmers is right in this one, as here comes the lap traffic. It is a Coles car park in front of Warren Oldfield. Is this Jamie Oldfield's opportunity? Look at them all bashing and crashing as they try and find their own piece of real estate. They've all checked up. The top 3 have driven into each other. Chalmers to the inside of J.O. This is all going on as they try and negotiate the traffic. J.O. and Chalmers make contact again. into turn number 3. Was commits high. Round the outside of Greg Horan. Jamie Oldfield follows. Joe Chalmers gets left out high and dry. What is going on in the last 3 laps of the Red Dirt Rumble? They are flying through these one. Warren Oldfield still leads. Jamie Oldfield second. Joe Chalmers is third. In front of them is Abby Pickering and David Boyes. This is far from over with 3 laps to go. Warren Oldfield still leads. He looks to go to the inside of Abby Pickering. He was unable to do it this time around. What has J.O. got left in the tank? What has Chalmers got? Trying to go back to back with still some lap cars in the way. The white flag is out. There is 1 to go. Pickering up high and wide. Couldn't quite clear the traffic that time around either. Down the back straight for the final time. I think this might just be enough. Warren Oldfield is a Red Dirt champion just from Jamie Oldfield in second. Joe Chalmers, tried as he might, will have to settle for third. Holy mackerel. What have we just seen around Kalgoorlie Speedway? J.O. still throwing sliders. He thinks the race is still going. What a race this has been. That was some of the quickest 25 laps you will ever see. I couldn't keep up. But Warren Oldfield's done it. Warren Oldfield wins it. Jamie Oldfield second. Joe Chalmers third. Matt Robbins fourth. Michael Holmes in fifth. David Boyes, Abby Pickering, Jeff Powell, Nathan Richards, Damien Hudson, Greg Horan were the last of your finishers. What on earth just happened? Warren Oldfield is now a Red Dirt Rumble champion in one of the most highly... I can't even speak. There was so much going on when they hit the lap traffic. I thought for a moment J.O. was in with a shot. So too did Joe Chalmers. He was in there. They all drove into each other on the front straight. What just happened? But ladies and gentlemen, as he climbs out of the car, your 2026 Red Dirt Rumble winner is Warren Oldfield. From Jamie Oldfield in second, Joe Chalmers in third, and the Kalgoorlie hero of Matt Robbins secures himself a top 4. Jason Sutton, I can't speak anymore. I'm out of breath. What a race.
You are out of breath because that was a fantastic call, Josh. Epic. How cool, Kalgoorlie. Put your hands together once more for the late models here for the Red Dirt Rumble. What a fantastic show. Kalgoorlie and late models just go together like bread and butter, I can tell you that. We're missing our third place getter and Joe Chalmers at the minute, but hopefully we can get him back here, over here. Is he over there?
I think Joe has made an exit to the racetrack. I can't see him from up here.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll talk to the top 2. Unfortunate for Joe, he's probably just trying to get that car nurse back because it wasn't 100%. Anyway, Jamie Oldfield, we'll get you out the front, buddy. What a race, dude. Look, you go about as many gyms as I do, and I can tell you, mate, that would have been hard on the wheel.
Yeah, that was absolutely hard work, but it was good that we run second there. I actually didn't see the white flag, didn't see the checker, and obviously seen it second time round. I thought I'd stolen off Warren. He just said he thought I'd stolen it too. But anyway, it's good. We travelled back from the East Coast this week. It's been a big week just to get here and try and make this race, and it's paid off for us. So pretty happy at the moment.
Doing that around Kalgoorlie is one thing. Doing that with your brother has got to be really special.
Yeah, without a doubt. He was good all night, and he started off front with me and got the jump, and then followed him. And I thought I had something for him, but I just thought if it was someone else, I would have been a bit more aggressive and, elbows up and got in there a couple of times when he made a little mistake. But he didn't make enough mistakes for me to bomb him, and I thought he'd made one on that last corner. It turns out I was a lap too late. But I've just got to take this opportunity to thank Comex Civil, one of my best mates, helping us out, travelling over east and back, ODH Mechanical, Scarterfield Smash Repairs, Oldfield Settlement Services, Redline Race Cars, the Pool Shop Group, everyone that's helped out Oldfield Racing. We've had a massive month of racing over east and back here, and we really appreciate everyone's help. And hi to everyone back home watching, and hope you all appreciate it.
Congratulations, mate. Fantastic. And I tell you what an effort for second place here at the Red Dirt Rumble. Wasn't it Warren Oldfield? Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for car number 15, Warren Oldfield. Come to the front, buddy. We'll just get you around this way just so we can see by the camera up there. Wasn't it when we talked about the racetrack early on and everyone was trying to work out what was happening, we're doing 100 laps and hot laps we weren't doing and we're doing. Did you think the track was going to turn out to be like it is?
Well, normally that's what happens when you start out with the track pretty wet. It comes good by the end of the night, and it did. So well done to the Kalgoorlie committee and track team. Thanks for having us. Fantastic to come up here and get a win. And thanks to all the sponsors that put on the event. We appreciate it. And well done to Jamie and to Joe. Yeah, we're looking forward to going home. Thanks to Combeck Civil for supporting our East Coast trip, and Scarterfield Smash, Oldfield Settlements, the Pool Shop Group. Your local Snapon dealer, Ray Leonard, thank you very much. He chips in each year, so we appreciate his help. Cubbo bought us a drum of fuel to stop in on the way, so we appreciate Cubbo. And yeah, everyone else that makes the event tick. You know, it's a big event for the Kalgoorlie Club, and it looked like there was a decent crowd there. So thanks to everyone for coming out. Yeah, thank you.
You've won Pro Dirt Series, state titles, all that kind of stuff. You had never won the Red Dirt Rumble. Now you've won one. It's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, for sure. Kalgoorlie's been pretty good to me over the years. I won my first state title here, and yeah, we seem to go okay around here. So yeah, glad we could get the Red Dirt Rumble, and yeah, looking forward to it.
Mate, congratulations. Have a good trip home when you get there, because I know your wife and your young fella Jack will be hanging out to see you. You've picked up a few things over the time, but you've also had a little bit of bad luck. You've had a shot at a national title. You've done it all in the last month or so. We just want to say from everyone in WA, fantastic effort, mate, here on the Red Dirt Rumble.
Cheers, thanks for having us. I'm more happy just to go home and have a shower and get in my own bed for once.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for car number 15 and your winner of the Red Dirt Rumble this year, Warren Oldfield.
Thank you so much, Jace. Not only for that, but also for all your efforts down there on the infield tonight. To Kalgoorlie, thanks again for having myself and Jason be a part of this deal. It's one of the events that we look forward to each and every year. And you guys have absolutely turned it on once again. Jason, just final thoughts, send off from you, mate. It's been a big night, but my God, we love it up here.
Yeah, each year we come up, Josh, here, and we think, the Red Dirt Rumble, that was really cool last year. And each year it just produces a better race or a better story. And I think that's what it's all about. Red Dirt Rumble stories are going to be the narrative for the future of this place. I hope it builds. I hope everyone keeps supporting it. I know all the sponsors get behind it, and the club does a great job. They've been a little bit light-handed, you know, in all aspects, and I think they've done a really great effort for what they've done. So please enjoy a couple of ales with us up at the bar as well. The boys will be up there and they'll get their trophies up there a little bit later on, probably in about half an hour's time. So please enjoy a ale with us and drive home carefully. And Joshy, fantastic call. Always good to work with you up here at Kalgoorlie, buddy. And it's a pleasure, and I can't wait to do it again next year.
Thanks, mate. Thanks for all your efforts. And yeah, that pretty much brings our proceedings to a close. For everyone who's here at the venue or joined in on the Facebook live stream, we hope you've enjoyed our company. Thank you ever so much for joining us here for the Red Dirt Rumble. Massive thanks to Topdrill for getting behind us and bringing us a fantastic event. If you're leaving us now, though, please do drive home safely. Thanks again, Kalgoorlie. It's been an absolute pleasure, and we are already